Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 826 Post-War Analysis. Terrorist Target. Qianlong's face was slightly red. He was arrogant and looked down on others, but that didn't mean he was stupid. His arrogance came from his own strength and confidence in his strength. Without weapons, he would have died. No, if the opponent hadn't retreated on his own initiative, he would have had a hard time surviving, even if he had weapons. Just one blow almost severely injured him. He almost fainted and was unconscious for several seconds. Whenever he thought about it, he was terrified. In addition, he had too many things he didn't understand about this battle. Why did the opponent disappear after hiding behind the tree? Why did he suddenly appear behind him without any movement? At this moment, Qianlong was not only severely injured physically, but also mentally. A trace of fear could not help but emerge in his eyes. He could not absorb and digest this chill in a short time. Looking at Qianlong's appearance, Luo had a strange look. It seemed that the target had a great impact on him. She was familiar with this look. It looked like he had walked through the gates of hell. Thinking of this, Luo couldn't help but be a little curious. What did the target do to leave such a big psychological shadow on Qianlong? She knew that the young man was arrogant. In fact, there is no one who can become a first level soldier who is not arrogant. After all, there is only 1 in 10,000. In addition to the promotion of status, it is inevitable that his mentality will be unbalanced for a while, and there are many such cases in the base. It is not a big deal. After all, after a period of time and being taught a lesson, he will naturally restrain himself. But it is undoubtedly very difficult to fight like this in one battle. There was a rustling sound, and someone came. It was Lao Niu and Zhao Meng, and they also came. When Lao Niu found that the target was not there, Qianlong, who was described as arrogant by himself, had blood on the corner of his mouth and looked abnormal. There was no doubt that this scene was a little different from what he expected. He came here mainly because he was afraid that Qianlong would be too cruel, and he planned to see if he could save him. After all, he was an old man who had experienced many battles and had considerable experience in battlefield treatment. He also had a lot of medicine. A first level soldier, if he was captured, even if he was not the one who did the work, just discovering and reporting it would not be without benefits. If he died or was disabled, the benefits would naturally be greatly reduced. As a person whose body has begun to age and who has to withdraw from the front line, it is not easy to make some extra money. This Qianlong lost. He actually lost. You are kidding. He was armed, and the outsiders were almost equivalent to losing all their strength under the extinguishing of the extraordinary Captain Niu. Seeing Lao Niu coming, Luo's eyes lit up, and he said directly, "You come to analyze the battlefield situation and estimate the target's strength." Lao Niu did not go to logistics under the deterioration of his body, but joined the patrol team. This is very unusual in itself. He has been to the battlefield and experienced hundreds of battles of varying sizes, among which more than 10 were dangerous. Even in terms of experience, he is much worse. This is a real veteran who has a very accurate analysis of the battlefield, and his eyesight can be ranked even in the base. Lao Niu was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but glance at Qianlong. The opponent was obviously defeated, and judging from the situation, it should be a big defeat. Although he only glanced at the surrounding situation, he could still see that the battle between the two sides did not last long. It can be said that it was a flash of lightning, and it was over in 2 or 3 moves. Although he didn't want to believe it, there was no doubt that the goal was an overwhelming victory. Wouldn't it be a slap in Qianlong's face for him to analyze it on the spot? This kind of arrogant guy usually has a small heart. What if he comes back to settle the score later? How can he live? However, Lao Niu unexpectedly found that there was also a trace of anxiety in Qianlong's eyes when he looked at him. Before he could speak, the other party took the initiative to say, "System, share the battle video." Not only did he let himself analyze the battle, but he also took the initiative to share the first person perspective battle video. This guy, has he changed his nature? Liu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and Xiao Meng on the side was also a little surprised. Although he was young, he knew best that as a young man, after all, he didn't want to save face. Losing is losing. Losing and being watched by others is too much. At least wait until I leave. Soon, the battle scene appeared. A brief conversation, a direct battle. At the beginning, Liu and Liu had very calm expressions, especially the kick from Qianlong, which was quite standard. However, the weapon was only 3%, which was a pity for the target. Even if someone else blocked it, they would be useless. Both arms would be shattered, and their internal organs would be severely damaged. Xiao Meng was shocked. After all, the force of the whip kick was so strong that it was like 7 tons. With his small body, he would be blown up on the spot. However, the next second, the faces of the 3 people changed. When Qianlong launched another attack, Li Su retreated. Even the experienced Liu couldn't help but gasp and was shocked by the smooth movement. Master the environment. It was like a move that could be done with eyes closed in the back garden of one's own home. It looked simple, but in fact it was quite terrifying. There is no need to elaborate on how important the weather, location, and people are to a warrior. If you have the environment mastery, facing someone who doesn't know how to do it, it is equivalent to the condition of location, which is always in the hands of the opponent. Qianlong was also fast and caught up quickly, but there was no one in the picture. Xiao Meng was stunned and couldn't help but ask, "Where are the people?" Liu frowned, and Liu also looked solemn at this moment. The video continued, but Qianlong felt the movement from the other side and smashed the tree with a punch, expanding the field of vision and eliminating obstacles. Liu couldn't help but nodded. Without the control of the environment, eliminating the visual obstacles is undoubtedly the best way. If it were her, she would probably do the same. However, Li Su's figure was still not seen in the sky of exploding wood chips. This time, even Liu couldn't help but frowned, just disappeared from sight for a moment. How could the person disappear? On the other hand, Liu's face became more and more solemn at this moment. He stared at the picture in the video without saying a word. Soon, a low shout sounded, and there was a loud bang. Qianlong's sight flew out quickly, and the whole person was smashed into the stone, and the picture disappeared completely. Qianlong often exhaled and looked at Liu. To be honest, he really couldn't figure out how the target appeared behind him. Liu didn't say anything. He walked to the battle site of the two without saying a word and observed carefully. After more than a minute, Liu slowly stood up. His face was very solemn. He took a deep look at Qianlong, revealing a trace of "You actually survived. This luck is really damn good." Facing Liu's eyes, Qianlong's scalp was numb. After all, this battle really left him with an extremely strong impression. Liu took a deep breath and said, "The opponent avoided your sight and hooked a stone at the same time, and then went directly to the tree. The whole process was done in one go, no more than 0.5 seconds. When you came around, he did not disappear, but just happened to be out of your sight. At the same time, the stone he hooked just fell into the grass here, giving you the idea that he and you walked around the tree. When you smashed the tree with a punch, he also jumped down from it, using the sound of the tree falling to cover up his movement behind you. When you were shocked again, he hit you in the back." At this point, Liu reached out and adjusted the video back to the time when Li Su was swept away by a kick and stood up. From this point on, he has already thought about how to deal with you. At this point, the outcome between you has actually been decided, at least for him, it is certain. In fact, Qianlong, you are really lucky. The target should not have expected the armed forces' defense to be extraordinary, and most of the attacking power was absorbed by the armed forces. Of course, the fundamental reason for this result is not that the armed forces exceeded his imagination, but that the target has not paid attention to you since this moment. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Several people were startled. What does that mean? General, please pay attention to these frames. As Leo and Iu slowed down the playback speed, you can see that Lee Su's eyes changed color slightly, his nose moved, and he even made tongue movements. These were all very subtle and could not be noticed without careful observation. I have reported before that the target has extraordinary five senses and can accurately find prey from several kilometers away. From his sudden action at this moment, especially here, his sight has obviously shifted and is no longer focused on Shenlong. It can be seen that he no longer regards Shenlong as a threat, but is alert to something else. What is he alert to? There is only one thing I can imagine: us. Only in this way can it explain why he did not pursue the victory. Even though he knew that he could not kill Shenlong, he quickly retreated. As Leo Niu explained, even Luoyu couldn't help but condense his eyes. What kind of prey is the most terrifying? This is it. General, this target is very scary. I personally think it is not suitable for hunting alone. It is best to form a platoon and send out company level units. After discovering it, we should mainly entangle it and trap the opponent in one place. Then the general will personally consume it until the opponent is exhausted. Moreover, this process must be fast, and we cannot give the opponent time. I think Colonel Chen has at least provided the opponent with two pieces of information. The first piece of information is that there are people in this world, and there are quite a few of them, forming an organization. The second piece of information is that we should have some way to find his whereabouts. So we must be fast and surround him before the opponent understands how we have a high probability of locking onto his location. Otherwise, once he finds out the range we control, it will be like a dragon swimming in the sea and a tiger returning to the mountains. Before Leo Niu finished speaking, Luoyu sighed, shook his head and said, I have just contacted the base. The news from the monitoring side is that just 2 minutes ago, the target's trace has been completely lost. He disappeared out of thin air. Hiss. Even Leo Niu couldn't help but widen his eyes and said in disbelief, disappeared? How is it possible? Although the base has set up patrols like them, the real means of discovering Lee Su and his men is not by manpower or naked eyes, but by special machines that make almost no movement and are silent. Moreover, this kind of machine is not just one, but several. Faced with such surveillance, even the most advanced silent dragon cannot completely disappear. How did he do it? Chapter 827 Scientist Fanaticism. Thermal imaging, motion sensors, real-time monitoring. It really refreshes my worldview. Is it necessary to be so cruel? At this moment, more than 10 kilometers away, Lee Su looked at the scrap metal instrument in his hand. He had been in the myth world for so long, but he didn't expect to encounter a technological product here. Moreover, Lee Su seriously suspected that the person who placed the monitor had obsessive compulsive disorder and was of YE. If you say it was during the war, it would be fine. But it's too much to arrange so many things at ordinary times and to activate them all. At this moment, his body was green and it kept changing with his movements as if he was wearing a layer of camouflage. Not only that, his body temperature was also frighteningly low, like a cold-blooded animal. Even the magnetic field has changed, and through its own internal adjustments, it has become like stone. It's a pity that he has the supreme power of flesh and blood, which can adjust his own cells. Otherwise, facing this all-round and blind angle monitoring, it would be very difficult to escape the detection range of the other party. However, the consumption is a bit high. Although a lot of energy has been accumulated, considering the need to retain the strength for a battle and the endurance of about an hour, the nutrition supplemented before can only last for 2 days at most. If it exceeds that, the liver and gall will explode again. Faced with his own dilemma, Lee Su couldn't help but complain directly. We have developed a technological side. Normally, we shouldn't enter the modern society with a higher level of civilization. What the hell is this slave collar? My head hurts. Rubbing his eyebrows, Lee Su didn't stop and kept walking through the mountains and forests. In the case of insufficient strength and insufficient accumulation, it is obviously not suitable to fight against such an organization head-on. Zabo. Zidong. After running for about 5 kilometers, a strange sound came. Lee Su couldn't help but turn his head and look at the place where the sound came from. A metal pillar about 5 meters thick and 7 or 8 meters high rose from the ground. But when the top was opened, the next second a hissing sound began to sound. Hundreds, no, black things were sprayed into the sky from inside. When the black dots reached the highest point and were about to start falling, they paused and made a sound. Buzz buzz buzz. Facing this scene, Lee Soo couldn't help but pause and widened his eyes in disbelief, with an expression on his face that said, "Are you a psychopath?" The regularity of the sound, coupled with its unique shape, directly awakened his memories from long ago. Drones. And, they are swarm drones? As we all know, grass is a plant. Lee Soo's face turned green. This Linoop, they shouldn't be here to catch him, right? They shouldn't be, right? Using this Linoop to catch him alone. I can only say that the people in the opposite organization are fucking sick. Seriously sick. Asterisk 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 at this moment, it is about 1,500 kilometers away from Lee Soo, at the first turnaround of the river that extends upward from the lake where he arrived. The so-called turnaround is a special environmental composition of this world. The river does not go straight up and down in a straight line. As it meanders down, there are occasionally large bulges, forming an inner bevel state. After the blood river water falls into there, it will accumulate at that position to form a huge lake, and will not flow down again until it is higher than the bulge. That vortex is very large. The lake covers an area of more than 500 square kilometers, and the amount of blood river water stored in it is close to 6 billion cubic meters, which is equivalent to a natural dam. Not far from it is a very sci-fi building. The whole is basically made of steel, and it is flat from the inside to the outside. The buildings are mainly in the middle, and most of them are cylindrical. It covers an area of more than 200,000 square kilometers. Except for the occasional electric current flowing through the steel on the ground, no human figure can be seen. Suddenly, this base moved. One after another passages protruded from the steel ground. Soon, neat footsteps sounded, and a large number of armed people wearing similar clothes to the one Lee Soo met before ran out from it. 10 people in a row, 100 rows in a company, and 10 companies in a brigade. A whole army of 10,000 people set out. Well, it's not the 1,000 people that Leoniu suggested, but a whole brigade. Stand at attention. At ease. The target this time is an outsider. According to the known intelligence, he has extremely powerful strength. Without weapons, his physical value is comparable to that of a first-level soldier. He has superhuman 5 senses, has environmental control, and has mastered both bright and dark forces. He has a very high level, and has the power to penetrate the defense of a first-level armed force. Once all units find the target, they should entangle and surround it. Don't fight it in close combat. Use weapons directly to consume it, delay it, and prevent it from escaping. Wait for the general to come. Do you understand? Understood. Very good. Dispatch. Coordinates 333.448129. The target disappears here. Everyone activates weapons to the minimum and arrives at the mission location within half an hour. Yes. As the commander waved his hand, a full 1,000-man army took off directly, flew into the forest, quickly identified a certain direction, and quickly left. At the same time as the large army set off, in the center of the base, on the highest cylinder. This is the command center. There are hundreds of people inside, most of whom are extremely busy, constantly operating their electronic instruments. On the walls around, there are electronic screens one after another. Most of the screens show real-time monitoring images of the location where Lee Soo disappeared, including thermal imaging, motion sensing, real-time images, sound capture, magnetic field sensing, etc. A small number of images repeatedly play the images of Chen-Long fighting with Lee Soo, as well as the data on Chen-Long's weapons for analysis. In the center of the command center, there is a conference table with more than 10 people sitting. These people include researchers in white coats and military personnel in military uniforms. Among them, Luou is also there. She was called back. Not only her, but also sitting next to her, there are 2 generals who are wearing the same military uniform as her, but the color of the clothes is slightly different. One is mainly red, and the other is mainly yellow. They are all very quiet, and they have not said a word from beginning to end. At this moment, at one end of the round table, there is an old man wearing a white coat, with white hair and beard. He is excited, and issues orders with his hands and feet. That's right, it is not General Luou, nor other military personnel, but this old man who is issuing orders. After the combat brigade arrives, the drone will immediately start the electronic pulse. You idiots, keep your eyes on the equipment. After saying that, the old man turned around and returned to his seat. He ignored everyone, even Luou and his generals. Looking down at the tablet in his hand, the old man's face was full of enthusiasm. Oh my god, it can synthesize biological proteins by itself, forming two toxins with both blood and nerve functions. There are too few materials, and it has been too long. It has completely lost its activity and cannot be studied in depth. Thermal imaging, magnetic field, motion sensing, and protective coloration have avoided all electronic instrument detection. This means that it can not only synthesize biological toxins, but also self-regulate its body conditions. Unbelievable, unbelievable. What kind of DNA is this? What is the spiral tissue structure? What is the shape of the cell structure? Damn, Qianlong, that rubbish, actually lost. Even if he lost, he should have brought back some cell tissue. Ah, I'm so angry. Catch him, we must catch him. This target is too important. I need his brain, spinal cord, blood, muscles, skin, nails, hair. He must be alive. Alive. With him, biotechnology will completely usher in a transformation, and the problems that have troubled us for a long time will be completely solved. At this moment, the old man spoke with a slightly hideous face, full of holiness. There is no doubt that he is neurotic. Obviously, he is sick. This disease, also known as scientist mania, usually occurs in some top masters in mathematics, biology, physics, chemistry, etc. Once it occurs, not only will it not do anything, but it will often be out of control. Chapter 828 Scientists. So scary. Listening to the old man's words, Luou shook his head helplessly. He had planned to give up. After all the instruments could not capture the other party. With his strength, who knows where the other party would hide? It was too difficult to catch people in this situation, and the foreseeable sacrifice of people who could do such a thing would be great. But he didn't expect that after a series of intelligence was gathered, the old man in front of him was led out. The old man's name was Qi. He was the strongest scientist in the base. He had lived for thousands of years and mastered amazing knowledge. It can be said that the current technological level of this base was pulled up by this crazy looking old man. And the most terrifying thing is that, even though the old man has created so much, in fact, the current industrial level of the base is still too poor to keep up with the old man's invention speed. For this old man, Luou couldn't help but twitch his mouth. As a general, his body naturally underwent extraordinary changes. He was also naturally studied by the other party for a long time, such as drawing blood, drawing some spinal cord, etc. Of course, it was not torture. In fact, the whole process was painless, but being studied by others, as an intelligent creature, was undoubtedly difficult to accept physiologically. Alas, I can only hope that the sacrifice will not be too great. It was already at a very bad note. The ground monitoring detected fluctuations and active signals began to appear underground. This was definitely not good news. Every time this happened, it would be a huge disaster for the entire base with far-reaching impact. And this time the fluctuations were different from the usual ones. Not to mention that there were more irregularities. The time was more than a year earlier than expected. The food reserves were less than half of the inventory. If a big fluctuation really occurred, it would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Originally, all of them were dealing with this matter, but they didn't expect that at this juncture, an outsider would suddenly come. They had to deal with the outsider's affairs first. Outsiders are very troublesome. No, it should be said that they are directly a disaster. Although because of the extinction of the extraordinary, they will become very weak and lose their abilities when they are outside. However, the base will not underestimate them because of this. Being able to enter from that place, the identity and strength of the outsiders are not simple. Now it is only because of the imbalance of mentality and unfamiliarity with the environment that they are easily defeated. If they are given time to let them pick up the experience of their weekdays little by little and get used to their own situation, it will undoubtedly become very troublesome. You know, they are not essentially without anything, they just lost it. Just like this goal, obviously his mentality is calmer and his strength is improved very amazingly. Others may not be able to do it to his level, but if they are given some time, they will also have an extremely amazing improvement. Not to mention the patrol team, even if the 3rd level and 2nd level armed soldiers encounter it, they are likely to be defeated. Therefore, in order to ensure the safety of the base and the people in the base, it is necessary to restrain people and implement supervision and control. The base has suffered losses in this regard. None of those who came down are honest. The mentality of the strong being respected and the weak being eaten by the strong has long been engraved in their bones. As long as there is a little opportunity, they will not hesitate to stir up trouble and create chaos. Therefore, most people will be put in shackles and become slaves, and let them work for a lifetime. Don't say they are cruel. There is no way. These people are not newborns. They are actually living for tens of millions of years, and the 3 views of the weak being eaten by the strong have been rooted in their bones. 30 to 50 years is meaningless to them. There are many people imprisoned in the base now. They have lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years, and there is still no change. After experiencing several disasters, the base has learned from its mistakes and will not hold back on this group of people. Now, the reason why they are not killed is that they are still useful. Their physical conditions are very special, especially the deep inside, which is very special. A very special substance can be extracted from them. This is also the reason why Luou and others did not oppose the old man's plan. If such a person is left outside, it will pose too much of a threat to the base itself. It is undoubtedly the best to be able to catch him. Moreover, he is amazingly powerful. If he can pass the test and be used for his own purposes, it would be good. Even if it doesn't work, just put him in shackles and use him as a slave warrior, which is not bad. At least let people like them do dangerous things. Asterisk 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 fuck, a bunch of psychopaths. The appearance of the swarm drones has almost made Lee Su curse. Regardless of the loss, he amplified his hearing and captured all the sounds within a radius of 200 kilometers. After discovering that a large number of people wearing the same weapons as the person he dealt with before appeared in the place where he last appeared, Lee Su's face was so green. He is alone. Is it that serious? Through the capture of the sound, this is definitely a team of thousands of people. Shit. Even if these people are much weaker than the one he almost killed, you have to understand one thing. That is, although the sweeping monk and Zhao Yuanshan are one strong and one weak, there is really not much difference between them. 10 sweeping monks may not be able to beat 100 Zhao Yuanshan. Under the absolute advantage of numbers, it is destined that 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Therefore, for a team of 10, Lee Su had to run away. As a result, the other party sent thousands of people to encircle and suppress. What else is this, if not anti-aircraft guns hitting mosquitoes? Is it that the resources are so abundant that they are about to overflow? Or are they just idle? With so much manpower and material resources, isn't it good to build a home? Although I don't understand why the other party has an attitude that he killed his whole family and dug up the other party's ancestral graves. This situation is not good for him now. Very, very bad. Although he can disappear from electronic equipment, this is not invisibility, not absence. The fact that electrons can't capture him doesn't mean that the naked eye can't. Facing such a large-scale arrest, Lee Su knew very well that once he was exposed, the result would be very bad. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. You have so many people, I really can't afford to offend you now. Okay, if I can't afford to offend you, can I still hide? Let's find you slowly. Asterisk 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 staff ready. Electronic pulse ready. Countdown. 5, 4, 2, 1. Start. In an instant, with the location where Lee Su disappeared as the center, covering a range of nearly 5,000 kilometers, hundreds of thousands of drones simultaneously burst out with special currents, forming a unique pulse wave, sweeping out layer by layer. Under this electron, all matter was penetrated, whether it was flowers, trees, rocks, earth, or land animals. Everything was not spared. As the pulse was transmitted, an image began to form at the base at the first time. Everything in the range was presented, captured by the computer, and began to calculate. No 1 to 500. No humanoid individuals were found. No 501 to 1000. No humanoid individuals were found. No 1001 to 1500. No humanoid individuals were found. No 200,001 to 200,500. No humanoid individuals were found. With one report after another, Luou and the other two who were ready to take action could not help but be stunned. Pulse imaging could not find anything. This is a feedback image formed by the collision of electrons with all substances. It is similar to radar, but more powerful. It was originally used for ground and underground terrain surveys, so that they could quickly find out the local terrain and ecological conditions. After thousands of years of research, there has never been any emission, and at most some unidentified objects have been found. The old man was also stunned. This is not a monitoring method, but a launch rebound. That is to say, even if the other party is really invisible, as long as it does not disappear, when the electrons fall on the other party, they will also form a reflection. No matter where the person is, on the tree or underground, they should be able to see everything at a glance. But there is nothing. Could it be that he has run out of this range? The old man shook his head quickly. There are a lot of mobile sensors in the forest. Once the speed exceeds a certain level, even if the main body is not captured, the wind it brings can. In less than an hour, it is impossible for the other party to run such a long distance of 500 kilometers. Send the data and location of small animal individuals to them. Thinking of Lisu's ability, the old man spoke directly. Since he has the ability to adjust his body and change his structure, it is also possible to simulate the on-site creatures. After receiving the order, the on-site troops quickly took action. As the animals of similar size were hunted one after another, the old man frowned and said, "Check the built-in data of all plants, check the built-in data of all mountains, and check whether there is any unknown data within 200 meters underground. No abnormalities, no findings, no abnormalities." The old man frowned. Check the data in large animals, especially snakes, large pythons. As the old man's words fell, everyone present was stunned. Hiding in the belly? As expected of the strongest scientist, his way of thinking is quite terrifying. Nothing was found. Nothing was found. Nothing was found. The old man took a deep breath, turned his eyes to the sky, and asked everyone inside to evacuate. The drone sprayed sand and fire oil. The diameter was 500 kilometers, leaving only 6 passages, and the others were all burned. Hiss. A diameter of 500 kilometers? All burned? Even the 3 generals present couldn't help but twitch their mouths at this second, and they used fire oil? That thing is a high temperature substance. Once ignited, it is difficult to extinguish. Not to mention the extremely high temperature, it can burn a forest directly to white in a short time. Many staff members couldn't help but turn their heads and look at the old man who gave the order. The old man said lightly, "In the biological world, there are some creatures that can survive in volcanoes. They have extremely high heat resistance and cannot be burned to death. Since he wants to play, then play with him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 829 Scientists. So scary. The fire was burning. The flames were red and white. Trees, animals, and even rocks were deformed by the terrible flames. The high temperature of more than 1700 degrees may not be a big deal for monks, but it is very lethal to the world under the extinguishing of the extraordinary. For a while, countless dinosaurs ran out screaming, but before they ran a few steps, their flesh and blood were burned away, and their bones were directly broken apart. Before they fell to the ground, they were already burnt, and fell to the ground like glass, breaking into powder. Facing the raging fire, the 10,000 troops who withdrew from the outside couldn't help but take a breath. This high temperature was obviously beyond imagination. Even if they were wearing armor and were hundreds of meters away, they were still sweating all over. The thermostat inside the armor had lost its function and could not be adjusted at all under such high heat. They were burned to death directly, right? Looking at the raging fire, many people took a breath directly, obviously not thinking that the target could survive in such a terrible high temperature environment. Report. No life has emerged from the first channel so far. Report. Life has emerged from the second channel. All have been captured, and no abnormality was found after being killed. Report. The third channel. As the channels continued to report, there was still no trace of the target. In the base, the old man-key did not speak, but just watched quietly. After a full quarter of an hour, he said lightly, "Drone group, release the refrigerant to cool down." In less than a few breaths, the extremely astonishing sea of fire was quickly extinguished, and a large amount of frost began to condense, directly freezing the area where Lisu was located into a white ground. The cold air was so cold that the flames on the ground were frozen, and the temperature suddenly dropped from 1700 degrees Celsius to more than 180 degrees below zero. The ground cracked directly, and because of the relationship between thermal expansion and contraction, there was not a single piece of intact land in more than 200 kilometers. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, the old man-key spoke again. 300mm crushing cannons cover this area, and one shell should fall every kilometer. As soon as the words fell, the base began to react immediately. A large area of steel began to shake, and one after another artillery turrets slowly rose from below. With an astonishing rumble, thousands of artillery pieces fired at the same time. There was a thunderclap on the plain, and the huge movement was so great that even the central command post was shaken a little, as if there was an earthquake. The sound of the shells breaking through the sky resounded, and at a speed of 20 Mach per second, it went straight to where Lisu was, 1,200 kilometers away. In about 171 seconds, which was nearly 3 minutes, the shells hit the coordinates with great accuracy, and there was one shell for every 1,000 meters of diameter. There was no need to explode. The huge kinetic energy brought by the terrifying speed of 20 Mach was enough to destroy the world. First burned by fire, then frozen, the land in that area was very crisp, like a glass crystal, and encountered this impact, and was completely blown to pieces. The original terrain was flattened, and it turned into a huge deep pit of about 10 meters. Watching the big pit where the smoke and dust gradually calmed down, the sky monitored from top to bottom, and waited for about a quarter of an hour. For the first time, a trace of strange color appeared on the rather nervous face of the old man-key. Drones spray inflammatory strains, 9 types of meningitis, pneumonia, myocarditis, hepatitis, and osteomyelitis. The 10,000-man army retreated 20 kilometers and injected the corresponding antibiotics. Biochemical drones are dispatched to release the rabies strain, the zombie strain, the volcano strain, and the weakness strain. The troops retreated another 20 kilometers, and the armed forces started biochemical protection. Shoot out radioactive drones, and project millimeter unit blood dissolving rays, cell tissue mutation rays, and DNA tissue decay rays per kilometer. A quarter of an hour, a quarter of an hour, a quarter of an hour. As the old man-key kept opening his mouth, in this second, whether in the command center, or at the scene, in the entire communication channel, except for the old man's voice, there was only the heavy breathing sound. The people in the base were fine, but everyone at the scene had a blue face. From the time the fire started, everyone's expression gradually changed. When the biological and chemical weapons were used, even if they were far away, and even if they were wearing armor, many people's legs began to shake. It was too cruel. Was it necessary to do this? From the time the fire started, in their opinion, the target basically had no chance of surviving. The series of actions that followed were basically whipping the corpse. At this moment, even the 3 generals LUOU in the command center had a stiff expression. Although if the target was really there, he would definitely die. But if he didn't die, wouldn't it mean that the 3 of them would have to fight a person who was infected with various viruses and had various decay radiation in his body? For a moment, they couldn't help but touch their armor. For the first time, the 3 began to doubt whether the armor they had worn for more than 10 years, like a part of their body, was reliable. It lasted for 6 hours. Finally, after more than a quarter of an hour, the old man-key stopped talking. After more than 10 minutes of silence, the old man-key sighed. A look of disappointment and regret appeared on his nervous face. He shook his head and threw the tablet aside. Drop the gelatin and block the area, 300 kilometers in diameter. Withdraw the troops. Leave a drone inside to broadcast the notice and inform the target that the base can cooperate with him and expect him to provide some blood cells, bone marrow, and brain marrow. In return, the base can provide everything he needs and give him absolute freedom. There will be no more interference in the future. If he is willing, he can provide his citizenship, enter and exit the base, and share knowledge. After saying that, the old man key stood up directly, with a regretful look on his face, and walked out of the control center. Facing the old man's words, hundreds of people in the center couldn't help but look at each other. Not to mention that the old man key gave an outrageous condition. He actually thought that the other party was still alive, not dead. Lord Key, your target is not the king of the middle reaches, nor the creatures of the upper reaches, but people. It is impossible for people to still be alive and kicking in this situation. If the other party is really in the center of the attack, not to mention that the body is already cold, even the cells may not be left. Moreover, with so many means, if the other party really survives, everyone present can fully imagine how the other party will feel. At least if it were them, it would definitely not be described in a few words. I'm afraid that, even if the 18 generations of their ancestors were dug up, they would not be satisfied. What kind of cooperation is this? Although they thought about it, everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Forget it. If the old man wants to do this, then do it. It's useless anyway. After all, as long as the other party is still a person and the person is still inside, then he can't survive. Absolutely impossible. 1 in a million. No. 1 in a billion. No, not even 1 in a billion. As long as he is in there, he is dead. After all, that place at this moment is a difficult and extremely difficult problem for the base. So many things have gone down, and it is impossible to get in for dozens or hundreds of years. At this moment, even artillery shells cannot be fired. There are too many viruses and radiations. There may be mutations there. The solidifying glue that Lord Key requested to be released was invented specifically for this special environment. Once sprayed, it will form a thin film-like plastic wrap. After encountering air, it will gradually become solid and its weight will continue to increase with the passage of time. It can be assembled directly in the air to form a lid to cover the area directly, which is equivalent to an isolation belt. However, facing the order of the old man who has the highest authority in the control center, and who must unconditionally cooperate, even if a general is needed. Although they don't think the target can survive, if he really survives, he will probably curse wildly. After looking at each other, the people in the control center still quickly operated. Whatever the old man says, they do it. This is an absolute order. Asterisk 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 at the same time, in the GD surrounded by various rays, the virus is rampant, and even because of the alternation between them, unpredictable mutations have occurred directly. A figure stood quietly. It was Lee Su. At this moment, only his face was seen, which was as black as it could be, and a horse's face was longer than a horse's. On his face and body, flesh and blood would fall off from time to time, and soon large pustules would grow one after another. A third eye would grow on his forehead, and a thumb-sized, but obviously deformed hand would stick out from his eye socket. His lungs were twitching, and there were dense webs inside. His heart had enlarged into a ball, and his blood vessels were clogged with fat. There was also a problem with his liver, and a lot of hair had grown on his gallbladder, and his kidneys were not spared either. There were extremely serious problems with his internal organs, and there was not a single good place on his skin, muscles, nerves, and even bones. There were also large areas of burns, frostbite, and lacerations, and it could be said that he was barely maintaining his human shape. Taking a deep breath, feeling the radiation and viruses in his mouth, even Lee Su, who had a mentality as strong as iron, couldn't help but break down at this second. Fuck you. Chapter 830 Come, talk about reconciliation. Although he knew that the other party would use some unconventional means, after spending so much effort, it was so unconventional that Lee Su was caught off guard. Is it necessary? To put it bluntly, I'm just a passerby. I have heard of some arrogant people who kick passing dogs. At that time, I couldn't help but wonder, what kind of person is this? Is he a crab? As a result, looking at his current situation, Lee Soo couldn't help but explode twice. Before, I thought the other party was a lunatic, but now I see that this is not a problem of nerves, this is simply a mental illness. How can a normal person have such a brain circuit? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Lee Soo couldn't help but have a toothache. This is not an adjective, it really hurts, bleeding. He rubbed his tongue and opened his mouth to spit. Not only did 7 or 8 teeth fall out, but his tongue was also rotten. All the cells in his body were vibrating. At this moment, Lee Soo didn't even have the strength to lift his feet. Well, it's not that I can't use my strength, but mainly because my flesh and nerves have been eroding, and my feet are broken when I don't have enough strength. Fortunately, although the opponent's methods are perverted enough, Lee Soo's body is also extremely perverted. From the moment he was burned by fire, his energy was rapidly lost. To be honest, although he had stored a lot of nutrients for 6 hours, he couldn't keep up with the opponent's lethality. The only good thing is that he adapted quickly. In the flames, in less than 2 minutes, the cells grew muscles that could absorb heat energy as reserve energy. When frozen, because of the large amount of high heat stored, hundreds of high temperature layers were formed on the epidermis, which withstood the damage of freezing air. As for the subsequent artillery attack, it was really dangerous, and Lee Soo almost broke into pieces. Fortunately, the artillery didn't last too long, and it was replaced by the virus. Through the conversion of heat and cold energy in the body, Lee Soo suppressed the infection speed of the virus, and successfully made antibodies before the opponent infected the whole body. It was not to resist killing, but to devour. It was all because of the huge amount of virus that he successfully absorbed a lot of nutrients. Then there was radiation. Although the body decayed badly, in fact the core was not penetrated. Not only that, in the face of cell mutation, Lee Soo also extracted a considerable amount of energy from it. The flesh and blood that fell at this moment was not simply a collapse, but through its own flesh and blood as a processing plant, the radiation energy was converted into absorbable nutrients. These lesions were more due to excessive use, and could not maintain their original body shape, and were actively cut off by Lee Soo. Of course, although he successfully turned the corner, it did not mean that the process was not dangerous. No, that psychotic attack really caused him a lot of trouble. The whole person was equivalent to being pressed into the coffin and the cover was missing. Although he tried hard to climb out, in fact, it was equivalent to rolling back and forth on the edge of death for 6 hours. The revolving lantern appeared dozens of times, from the inexplicable vibration at the beginning to the boring end. Thinking of this, the cold light in Lee Soo's eyes was really like a knife that could stab people to death. Wait, this thing, it's not fun. He had never suffered such a big loss in his life. It was like standing on a cliff and playing bungee jumping for 6 hours. For the first time, Lee Soo hated someone so much that he could personally torture the other person to death. That's right, personally. Hello, outsider. Although I don't know your name, your strength is beyond my expectation. Under such an attack, you can still remain unmoved and successfully survive. The ability you have demonstrated surprised me. In this regard, I'm willing to provide a reconciliation plan. As the price of reconciliation, you provide part of your blood, cells, bone marrow, brain marrow, etc. As a price, this side will not attack you and recognize your legal identity. As long as you do not violate the laws of the base will give you absolute freedom and will not interfere with you. If there is something you want to know, as long as the base has relevant information, it can provide it. Just as Lee Soo was grinding his teeth and cursing, bursts of sound came from above his head. It was a drone, flying in the air, turning on the speaker, playing the recording loudly. Listening to the content of the recording, Lee Soo's head suddenly burst into smoke. The corners of his eyes were cracked, and the blue veins on his face and body bulged up, like earthworms, twitching wildly. For the first time, Lee Soo realized that people can really get angry to the point where their eyes spit fire. That's right, his eyes were spitting fire at this moment, a full foot high. He couldn't help but stretch out his hands and made a series of incomprehensible movements. Ahaha. He was going crazy and couldn't help but want to roar. Provide blood, cells, bone marrow, brain marrow? Why didn't you tell me to let me get on your dissection table? Use my body to have close contact with your knife. Bang. Lee Su's eyes exploded. His liver exploded. His gallbladder exploded. His kidneys exploded. And his heart exploded. He opened his mouth and started vomiting blood, along with a large amount of internal organs and meat, and vomited all over the floor. He knelt on one knee and twitched for a long time before he raised his hand, wiped the corner of his mouth, and stood up again. At this moment, his eyes were burning with anger, but he suppressed his extreme emotions. Sure enough, normal people cannot communicate with mental patients and understand each other. Once you try, there is only one result, and your mentality will collapse on the spot. I have to say that the other party is very high. Is this because he realized that physical means can't kill him and change the angle of attack? He plans to destroy him psychologically. I admire you. I admire you. You almost succeeded. Lee Su, who came back from the gates of hell, took a deep breath of the poisonous air around him and calmed himself down. Reconciliation, right? Wait. In 2 days, I will let you know what it means to feel like a thorn in the back and what it means to feel like a fishbone stuck in the throat. Looking at the drone that played the recording every 15 seconds, Lee Su smiled coldly, very coldly. Isn't it just a special brain circuit? Isn't it just inhuman thinking? Who else doesn't know it? There is a fine line between genius and madness. He, Lee Su, as a recognized peerless genius, is only a fine line away from being a madman. All these methods not only didn't kill me, but also made me stronger. I'm very curious, what expression will you have next? Closing his eyes, he began to do his best to control his flesh and blood. As large areas of tissue continued to necrotize, Lee Su frantically extracted the converted energy. 1 ton, 10 tons, 100 tons. Lee Su was motionless in this GD filled with terrible radiation and mutant strains, constantly accumulating until it was full. Unfortunately, under the extraordinary Flamiat, although his body was abnormal enough, there was still a limit. In just 3 days, there was no way to convert more energy. Calculate it. If you fight with all your strength, it is almost equivalent to the sum of 5 Kao Fengs, and you can probably last for about a whole month. Facing his own situation, Lee Su was a little dissatisfied, but there was no way. It was already the limit. No matter how much more, or how high it was, without fighting, his flesh and blood would collapse by itself. In other words, the dream of wanting one person to destroy the other person was shattered. Okay, if I can't kill you, I can scare you to death, right? After thinking about it, Lee Su looked up at the drone that had been buzzing for the past few days. He flew up and pulled it down. Lee Su's eyes were cold and his face was full of smiles. Moshi Moshi. Base, right? Come on, let's talk about reconciliation. Chapter 831 Cultural Person. Base, Command Center. At this moment, countless people were frightened and stunned. Why? Of course, it was because the target, who was dead in their minds, and could not be deader, and not even the cell residue was left, suddenly contacted them through the drone. This was definitely a super thrilling situation, as if a corpse that was nailed to the cross and dried suddenly opened its eyes. The noisy control center paused for more than 10 seconds before a soul-stirring gasp was heard. The target is really still alive. Is it a mistake? Question mark? It must be a mistake, right? Looking up, looking at the mark of the drone that transmitted the sound signal. Yes, it was the one that stayed in the death center and recorded the report. Is the person really in the center? How is this possible? You know, even with the technology that the base has mastered now, the level 7 protective suit can't withstand the situation in that dead land. Is this still a person? Moshi Moshi, didn't you say you wanted to talk about reconciliation? Where are the people? Are they all dead? Lee Su's voice came from the communicator again, full of malice. The people in the control center were not surprised. They saw the scene 3 days ago with their own eyes. No one would be able to bear it. In fact, they did not understand why the other party would take the initiative to contact. After all, with such a big feud, even if they did not dig up your ancestors' graves, at least they would fight to the death, right? Take the initiative to contact? It is impossible. Holding back a big thing in secret is what a serious person would do, right? As a result, the other party contacted directly and took the initiative to point out that he was not dead. Don't talk. In other words, are you deliberately bombing me? Do you want to know whether I'm dead or not? Lisu's voice did not stop, and it sounded again. Okay, I made a mistake, so between us, no need. The old voice sounded. It was the old man Key. Although he left, he did not let it go. In fact, after the drone sent a signal, he immediately rushed over, obviously waiting for Lisu's response. As far as the current means are concerned, the base can't catch you, and if you can't catch you, there is no point in continuing tit for tat. You are. Lisu narrowed his eyes and couldn't help asking. The old man Key was very direct. I was in charge 3 days ago. Lisu's eyes narrowed, and the anger that had been suppressed suddenly swelled up. Old man, so you are the psychopath. You really bought a watch last year, damn it. Halfway through the words, Lisu quickly closed his mouth. There was no way. He was still in a high-risk environment. Once his emotions ran wild, his internal organs would really explode. You bought a watch last year. The old man Key raised his eyebrows, but laughed and said, I didn't expect you to be a cultured person. The old man's words not only startled the people present, but also Lisu, who was far away in the isolation zone. Damn, do you understand? There are many outsiders here. According to the actual records of the base alone, there are nearly 1,000 people who have appeared one after another. These people are very arrogant. They are so arrogant that they regard everything except themselves as ordinary ants. They don't know how to be grateful or polite. They only think about themselves and don't care about the lives of others. Unfortunately, this group of people have special genes and high physical values. After coming to this world, even if they become ordinary for a short time, once they adapt, they will quickly become stronger than most people, and even much stronger. And usually once such a situation occurs, this group of people will start to think of ways to make trouble, start to act recklessly, and feel that they can once again be high above and above all living beings. For tens of thousands of years, there has been no exception. The old man did not continue to elaborate on Lisu's greeting just now, and said lightly, the base has suffered a great loss because of this. There was one time in particular. That man was very honest and sensible. He didn't reveal his true face until the very end. But by the time we realized it, thousands of people had already been killed or injured. Therefore, from that time on, the base has reclassified outsiders. You, for us living in this world, are a bomb with a set time, and it is a bomb that is bound to explode. 9 were captured before this. After realizing that they didn't have enough power, they became unusually honest. But when the memories in their brains were read, these 9 people undoubtedly regarded being beaten as a great humiliation, and were extremely angry. They completely forgot that they were almost killed by wild beasts before this, and it was us who saved their lives. Listening to the words of Old Man Key, at this moment, everyone in the control center was silent, with cold expressions. They really had no good feelings towards the people in this world of outsiders. Even now that the level of civilization is already higher, they will not hesitate to treat these people as slaves. At this moment, after listening to the old man's words, Lisu's eyes were dim, and he slowly said, your cultural level is really amazing and beyond reach. This is too much. So, I deserve to be beaten to death by you, right? The old man smiled. There are indeed treasures in the garbage dump, but how many people will go to the garbage dump to find treasures? Flattering me? Lisu curled his lips, thinking of me as a child. This old man is not low in toxicity. He brainwashed a lot of things. In a few words, he rationalized his extreme behavior. This person is afraid of comparison. Once compared, the other party is very extreme, and the two sides are deadly enemies. But with the above logic, it can't be said that the other party is wrong. Put yourself in his shoes. If it were him, Lisu, he would just chop him on the spot to deal with such an outsider. Well, the hatred is not that great. Before, the 18 generations of ancestors were dug up for you, and now I will kill you. Lisu is not a saint. Just because someone hurt you is not a reason for you to hurt me. If you dare to use this reason to find fault, I will make your mother unable to recognize you. 5 days. Old Man Key said suddenly. HMM. Lisu frowned. What does that mean? Actually, I'm very worried and a little reluctant. After all, if you still don't respond within 5 days, I will order someone to use a hydrogen bomb to destroy the quarantine zone. What the hell? Lee Su's eyes widened instantly. Is there something wrong with his ears? Hydrogen bomb? Holy shit. After all, if you stay in hiding and plan to avoid me by pretending to be dead, then I can only think that there is no possibility for us to talk. You are the same as those people. You regard yourself as a god and will never allow anyone to dare to disobey you. Even if I say I'm reluctant, I can only destroy you. The old man smiled and was very happy. Now that you can take the initiative to contact me, I'm very happy. At least for you, we can communicate. Lee Su froze, with a trace of disbelief in his eyes, and said in doubt, fusion? Huh. Interesting. You actually know this word? The old man was a little surprised. You know that most outsiders have ancient thinking. You are probably sick in the brain. Chapter 832, Nuclear Peace. On the drone side, Lee Su felt a chill. You know, he took the initiative to contact, mainly because he had the confidence, which was equivalent to declaring war head-on. He just waited for the other party to make a move, and then fought back crazily, letting the other party know what it meant to be heartbroken. As a result, after a phone call, the other party turned around and told him, just wait for 5 days. If you don't take the initiative to contact me in 5 days, I will drop a nuclear bomb. Thinking of this, even though Lee Su was tough enough, he couldn't help but shudder. After all, he only thought of communicating temporarily, mainly because the other party was too much, and the revenge for killing his father was not avenged in this way, so he thought of contacting Hiki. Under normal circumstances, he should have pretended to be dead directly and then found an opportunity to give the other party a wave of ruthless. Not only that, he delayed for 3 days to collect energy, and the energy was enough. If his physical fitness was a little stronger, and he persisted for a few more days, thinking that he was almost killed by the other party, Lee Su couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. He didn't think about how the other party mastered it, or the truth of this sentence. After all, the previous radiation attack had already explained a lot. He just didn't think of it for a while. After all, radiation can be collected, so is fusion difficult for the other party? Lee Su is very confident in his own flesh and blood supremacy, but in the case of the extraordinary extinguishing, he doesn't think he can withstand it at present. Moreover, even if he can withstand this kind of attack, what can he do? Will he be seriously injured? Will he be dying for a long time? He didn't come here to take a vacation, but was forced to jump down. If he could practice here, it wouldn't matter, but facing the extraordinary extinguishing, what's the use of practicing? It's not long before the 10,000-year war, just a little more than a year. Once missed, Lee Su's road to advancing to Daluo will probably be delayed for a long time. Indeed, he doesn't need to rush to break through the Daluo realm. In fact, the middle stage of Tei is enough for him to leave the myth world and deal with the affairs of the mortal world in the earthly immortal world. It's not too late to break through slowly later. But the longer he advances to the Daluo realm, the longer he will have to pretend to be the grandson of the myth world. Especially when the treasure is exposed. Lee Su, the leader of GGO, can't rest assured. After all, people's hearts can't stand the test, especially when Lee Su has a treasure, which is a great improvement for saints. Lee Su doesn't dare, and he won't be stupid enough to gamble with such things. Therefore, if possible, he still wants to find a way to leave here as soon as possible, rather than being seriously injured and nursing the injury for decades or even hundreds of years. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su quickly calmed himself down. Is there a way to get out of this world? There is one, but I'm not sure if it's true or not, and no one has done it so far. What's the reason why it can't be done? Upwards of the river, there are 9 stone tablets. The stone tablets record some kind of inheritance. If you can master them all, it might be possible. Very difficult. Very difficult. You want my cells. Do you want to get the abilities of my body? That's right. My body is the result of divine power. All we want is your cells. Whether it works or not is our problem. I want the specific locations of the 9 stone tablets. That's easy. We can give you the contents of the first 5 rubbings directly. You can try it. I won't go to your side. The transaction is here with me. Bring what I want, and I will give you a tube of my blood, and skin, bone marrow, and brain. Only blood, Lee Su said angrily. Damn, what are you thinking about? One tube is not enough, at least 20 kilograms. I'll go find them myself. You can't find them. We have dug up those 5 stone tablets, and brought them back to the base. You don't do anything that humans do. Not even 20 kilograms, at most half a kilogram. Not enough. I have 5 stone tablets in my hand. If one is missing, it will be useless, even if you have amazing talent. 1 kilogram for one piece. Half a kilogram. Deal. Fuck. Someone will contact you outside in half an hour. That's it. After that, the old man hung up the phone and turned to look at Luo and the other two who hurried over after knowing that the target was still alive. General Luo, please go there in person. Old Key, he dares to come out? Of course, otherwise, how could he contact us? Then, don't even think about it, just follow the deal. Old man Key shook his head. If he doesn't have the confidence, how could he contact us? You can't take him down. He can survive that kind of radiation. It's not as simple as a tenacious life. His body's regeneration ability must be very terrifying. He doesn't have the weaknesses that all living things have. General, he is more powerful in weapons, possesses super high skills, and can control more extraordinary element. In fact, the strength of your body is not much higher than that of a first level warrior. It's just at the limit of mortals. The heart, brain, and bones are not vital points. He also possesses general level skills. A few days ago, he made a casual move and almost broke through the defense of the first level weapons. How are you going to fight this kind of monster? Listening to the old man's words, Luo and the other two couldn't help but gasp. Although they were shocked that the other party actually survived in that environment, it was obvious that they didn't think so much. Now the old man's analysis made them realize how terrifying the other party's body is. Old Key, what about the other party? The general in yellow uniform suddenly spoke with a hint of hesitation. Not only him, many people in the control center frowned at this moment, obviously also had this doubt. What if the other party just planned to deceive people? Old Key heard this and sighed directly. Sometimes I begin to doubt, have you guys really completed the education at the base? 15 years of education, is it just learning to read? That foreign native is smarter than you. Looking at the embarrassed expressions on everyone's faces, the old man Key said lightly, now, each of us has a powerful weapon in our hands. He is his special physical body, and we are the hydrogen bomb. Once a full-scale war breaks out, the final result will most likely be that both sides will suffer. People who come here, even if they are voluntary, will eventually try their best to leave. Unlike us who were born and raised here, the extinction of the extraordinary is more painful for them than death. Therefore, his interests are not here, nor with us. Why did the other party suddenly start to talk to me about cooperation? It's because he realized that the result of pursuing it will only be more loss than gain. As a mature person, feelings are only temporary, and interests are eternal. So after knowing that we have the power to severely damage him, giving up personal grudges, and focusing on his own most needed interests is his priority option. The same is true for me. It's too costly to continue to capture him, but his cells are too important, so we can only reconcile. Besides, hydrogen bombs are not conventional means after all. We should not use them if we can. We are not the masters of this world. He will realize this in the future. You all know what the situation of the remaining 4 stone tablets is. So, there is a lot of room for cooperation between us. Therefore, at this stage, the most important thing is to accumulate trust and let down our guard against each other. Asterisk 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 fuck. In the isolation zone, Lee Su couldn't help but sigh. He originally planned to lure the snake out of the hole and then take crazy revenge, but things often didn't develop as expected. Revenge. There is no way to take revenge. From the moment he heard about the hydrogen bomb, Lee Su understood that the two sides had entered a new state of balance. Because this balance has hydrogen bombs, it is referred to as nuclear peace. Chapter 833 Transaction. Someone is coming. It's a woman, whose appearance is not clear. However, her figure is not bad, with a protruding front and a curved back, especially her legs, which are full of flesh. Unlike practitioners, they are obtained through exercise and plasticity, which is very attractive. If you are entangled by them, it will take a lot of effort. She is wearing weapons similar to the guy she met before, but the difference is that her extraordinary power is much stronger. If the guy before had just bought the threshold of the mana realm, this woman is already standing in the mana realm. Very tricky. Lee Su's body is full of accumulated energy and strong, and he really doesn't dare to confront the opponent head on. Not to mention defense, the attack power is definitely beyond imagination. Especially the pair of long legs, which are ecstasy when entangled, and deadly when kicked. It is estimated that they are equivalent to 200mm artillery, and flesh and blood bodies cannot withstand it at all. Lee Su took a breath, and walked out without fighting, and came to the woman. Although he could sense that there were other people in the forest not far away, he didn't care too much. If he wasn't afraid that the other party had the hydrogen bomb, Lee Su would not talk to the other party at all. If he wanted to talk, he would wait until he entered the so-called base, knocked everyone down, and found the psychopath. Seeing the target really appear, the visitor raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, the other party really dared to come out like this. Luou, as a general, is naturally strong. He is definitely a top-tier existence in the base. He is very powerful. He once smashed a 5-meter thick and 3-meter high reinforced concrete wall with one punch. As a general, he can definitely be ranked in the top 5. Even if facing a 10-meter level dinosaur, he can quickly kill it. Luou took a deep breath and didn't move. When she came, Kileo specifically explained to her that no matter what, don't do it. Once you do it, the relationship between the two sides will really become a dead end. There will be no room for even the slightest easing. It is a real situation of life and death. Hydrogen bombs are indeed very scary. It is basically impossible for humans to survive under such impact. But the premise is that the opponent will not run away and will stand there stupidly for you to bomb. This kind of thing is obviously impossible. And once the opponent runs away, as a general, you should know very well how fast people with this kind of physical fitness are. It is very difficult to completely run out of the hydrogen bomb's firepower range, but it is not a problem to run out of the center. It is almost impossible to kill the opponent. At best, it is a killing. In addition to the explosion, the most terrifying thing about hydrogen bombs is radiation. The opponent is immune to radiation, which means that the damage that hydrogen bombs can cause to it will be very low. So to kill the opponent, it will undoubtedly cost a very huge price. Moreover, releasing hydrogen bombs is not a good thing for the base. The huge movement can easily attract the attention of the creatures above. If the creatures above become curious, it will be a loss for the base. This is what I promised you. Luou took out a notebook and threw it directly to Lee Su. The rubbings of the stone tablet are all in it. You can see it when you open it. Catch it. Lee Su couldn't help blinking his eyes. Laptop? It's been a long time since I last saw it. He nodded and raised his hand. When Luou was about to say something, his palm began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a moment, a tumor almost as big as a human head was formed and then separated from his palm. Lee Su threw the tumor directly to the other party. This is the 25 kilograms of blood that your lunatic wants. Luou's mouth twitched. Although his own Kileo was indeed a little different, it was more or less too much to call him a lunatic. However, when he caught the tumor thrown by Lee Su with his hand and felt the touch on his palm, Luou still couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. A little unbelievable. He originally planned to use an instrument to draw blood, but he didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to separate the blood. Is this guy opposite him really a human? Is this something a human can do? Holding the tumor, Luou looked at Lee Su, a little puzzled. You know, when she came here, she didn't think the transaction would be so smooth. After all, before this, the two sides were in a hostile relationship with each other, and it was the base that unilaterally surrounded and killed Lee Su. I never expected that Lee Su didn't even confirm the authenticity of the contents in the laptop before giving her the cells. You know, when they came, many people in the command center had doubts in their hearts. What if the other party was just deliberately deceiving? In this regard, Kileo didn't say much, just smiled and said he wouldn't. Although Kileo said so, most people are undoubtedly still skeptical, including Luou. Luou took a breath and said directly, "Let me tell you in advance, the rubbing is exactly the same, but it is very difficult to practice it. Only a few people have succeeded in tens of millions of years, but it is only the first stone tablet. Almost no one can master it later." At this point, she paused. Although she didn't say anything else, the subtext was very obvious. If you can't learn it, don't blame us. Lee Su glanced at the other party, giving a vaccination. "This is. Then please also help me say that this is my blood, but if you want to get the secret of my body by studying my cells, it will not work." But who doesn't know how to give a vaccination? The reason why his flesh and blood are like this is that it comes from the creation of the supreme power. This change involves something that cannot be explained simply by DNA. There is a complete avenue of life in it, which is not something that human power can involve at all. Listening to Lee Su's words, Luou couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect that the other party would turn around and give him a shot of vaccination. Luou smiled slightly, his eyes were very calm, and he said unmoved, "Don't worry about this, Your Excellency, we are familiar with this aspect. There will be no results. Foreign natives, who only focus on personal practice, how can you understand the power of the base and the power of science? Have you seen an instrument that magnifies vision 1,000 times or 10,000 times? Through a drop of blood in amber, obtain its DNA information, and clone a person who has died 10,000 years ago. Do you know? The power of science. People like you will not understand." Looking at the pride in the other party's eyes, Lee Su couldn't help rolling his eyes. Although he didn't know what the other party was thinking, he could basically guess it. Science. Through various instruments, research, and analysis. Lee Su is not an ancient person. He lived in modern times in his previous life. He is still in modern times, after traveling through time. How could he not understand? Science can indeed explain everything, but the prerequisite is that you have to reach the corresponding level. The technology of a level 10 civilization is actually no different from metaphysics for a level 1 civilization. Please. Lee Su raised his hand and did not intend to argue with the other party on this issue. There was no need. He would naturally repent after hitting a wall. As for the rubbings, hey, who is he? Lee Su? Do you know my talent? In terms of cultivation, I have never encountered any obstacles since I traveled through time. As long as the content of the rubbings is fine, practicing is easier for him than breathing. Do you think a mere technique can stump him? Chapter 834. The tea collapsed. The woman left. Just as she came, Lee Su sighed slightly, a little regretful. It's a pity that there is no time. The timing and occasion are not right, otherwise it is not impossible. With a slight twitch of the corner of his mouth, Lee Su couldn't help but press his eyebrows. It seems that, since the extraordinary fire was extinguished, his immortal heart seems to have been greatly affected, and human desires have begun to emerge. He didn't even see her face, just her figure, which made him feel moved. Sure enough, after becoming an immortal, the influence is great. No wonder in novels involving immortal cultivation, one or two seem to have become saints, and a woman will only hinder the speed of drawing a sword. The instinct of life is to pursue continuation. Longevity will undoubtedly greatly reduce this instinctive demand. Coupled with spiritual satisfaction, naturally, you don't care about the things between men and women. However, if this is the case, doesn't it mean that the so-called immortal cultivation is actually a process of self-castration? The top cultivator is actually equivalent to the eunuch in the palace? Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but shudder. Damn it. Lee Su found that his thoughts had inexplicably gone astray, and he quickly straightened them out. Look at the exercises. Look at the exercises. He did not return to the isolation zone. After all, who knows if electronic equipment can be protected from radiation? What if he goes in and is damaged by radiation? Where can he get another one? Look for the base. Haha, there is no affection between them. The cooperation between them is all naked interests. Lee Su can be sure that if he asks, the old man in the base will probably dare to ask him for brain marrow, not blood. Quickly opening the notebook, Lee Soo rubbed his hands and couldn't help but be curious in his heart. What kind of exercises are recorded on the stone tablet of this world? This place is related to the Styx Patriarch, and it is on the other side of the Blood Sea. Could it be the inheritance of the Styx Patriarch? Is it possible? That old thing, killing the sky, the earth, and the air, wishing to kill everything. How could he pass down his own great way to the existence of the righteous Yunyuan? However, if you think about it carefully, it is not impossible. What if, in his killing way, there is another way that requires him to kill people who practice like him? Look, kill everything. Although it is not possible, logically speaking, killing people who practice the same cultivation as him is also included in everything, right? Hiss. Lee Soo suddenly shuddered. If this killing path goes on, won't he kill himself too? After all, everything includes himself. Damn. This technique is so poisonous. It must be said that Lee Soo's thinking is quite scattered. After turning on the computer for a while, one thought after another can't help but come out. Soon, the screen lit up. The boot process was very fast, only 2 seconds. The familiar blue screen, with 5 video files and photo documents. Lee Soo took a deep breath, and was slightly disappointed. Alas, there is no My Computer, no browser, and no internet. Bad review. Cough. Cough. Lee Soo blinked his eyes, coughed twice quietly, and then his eyes quickly returned to the 5 videos and 5 photo documents. Well, look at the technique. Soon, he clicked on a stone tablet video. It was a video recording, with a very large stone tablet inside, and the hole was black. The moment he saw it, Lee Soo couldn't help shrinking his pupils, and an extremely incredible look appeared on his face. He was directly attracted by the first line of text on the stone tablet in the video. The whole person couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, as if a thunderbolt from the clear sky shocked him there. Hiss. Indeed, it is a technique. Indeed, it is a legacy. But it is not the legacy of the Styx Patriarch as Lee Soo thought, but another person, a legendary person, the first saint in the prehistoric world, the only existence who became a saint in the flesh, the father of the sky, Pangu Saint. In an instant, Lee Soo was stunned. He never thought that he would find a technique related to Pangu Saint at the other side of the Styx Patriarch's Blood Sea. Jiu Jiu and Gong, the first chapter. Wait. Why is it the inheritance of Pangu Saint's technique? Lee Soo was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that the technique recorded on the stone tablet was actually the set of techniques. In an instant, he didn't know how to describe his mood. How to say it. It's like you can't resist your friend's enthusiasm and go with him to buy lottery tickets. You randomly pick a number and put it in your pocket without paying attention. You think you can't win. On the day of the lottery, your son accidentally knocks over the lottery table. Coincidentally, the number on it is affected by you. Then he can't help laughing and says, "This lottery ticket is exactly the same as the one I bought." While laughing, he takes out the lottery ticket. When you see the same number and the same date, your smile gradually stiffens. At this moment, Lee Soo is probably in this state of mind. I used 25 kilograms of blood to exchange for the practice method of Pangu Saint. You can imagine the mood at that time. It was not excitement or happiness, but the whole person was stunned. That's right, stunned. After being stunned, Lee Soo came back to his senses and hammered his chest with great force. It made a thumping sound and hurt a lot. Well, this is not doubting whether he is dreaming, but his heart stopped suddenly, as if he had a heart attack. But he was not happy, but scared. Is it so easy to get a saint's technique? Especially the saint of creation. It's even more terrifying. Not to mention the only one in the history of prehistoric times who became a saint in the flesh. He is also the only saint who died in the entire prehistoric world. Even the merits of creation can't save him. The cause and effect inside are so great that it's beyond imagination. At this moment, it jumped in front of Lee Soo so suddenly and simply. How can it not be scary? Some people may think that Lee Soo is making a fuss, but this is not the case. After all, think about it. Under the blood eye, there is a set of inheritance from the first saint of prehistoric times, which has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and the most terrifying thing is that it is not difficult to obtain this technique, as if it is placed in front of it like a stall. As a result, no one has ever left here. What does this mean? This means that the difficulty of getting out of here is far more troublesome than imagined. Lee Su, as a person with the supreme inheritance of the 7 saints, does he lack the saint's technique? He doesn't lack it. Although Pangu Saint, as the creator saint, is the only one who has achieved sainthood in the flesh, his combat power is undoubtedly the best of saints, but for Lee Su, it is really not that important. In fact, what he got here at this moment is the legacy of the old ancestor of the sticks, which is 10,000 times better than the legacy of the Saint Pangu. Therefore, Lee Su not only did not have any excitement, but was extremely upset. Before seeing this technique, he had great confidence in his way out. After seeing this technique, Lee Su had only one thought. Can I still get out of this place? Wait for me. Why are there the techniques of the Saint Pangu under the Sea of Blood? Shouldn't this be the territory of the old ancestor of the sticks? Lee Su, his mentality is a little broken. Asterisk 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 at the same time as Lee Su's mentality collapsed, at the base. As Luoyu brought Lee Su's blood back, the spirit old man Qi immediately couldn't wait to take his body tissue away, went directly to his laboratory, and began to study his flesh and blood cells. Undoubtedly, Lee Su's cells are extremely important to the old man. They are the genetic code and the daughter life. As long as they can be deciphered and analyzed, it will be an unprecedented huge improvement for the entire base. Hundreds of instruments were activated by him, and the research on Lee Su's blood officially began. 1 hour, 2 hours. After almost half a day, the old man Qi walked out of the laboratory. At this moment, his eyes were red, his eye circles were dark, and his expression was extremely excited. With an incomprehensible and unbelievable look, he couldn't help but mutter, Why can his cells, even genes, change themselves? The structure and organization are changing every moment. This is impossible. DNA is the most basic structure of organisms. Can it also change itself? Scientific research is a law. Find the thread, and then go deeper. As a result, Lee Su's cells have been repeatedly changing hundreds of thousands of times, millions of times, and there is no repetition. Not only that, the changes in his cells are very fragmented. What does that feel like? However, as he studied Lee Su's cells, the old man came to an extremely pitfall conclusion. At the current level of science, it would take an iota of time to figure out the condition of Lee Su's cells. According to the unit conversion system, 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100 million, trillion, kilometers, Ganges and a samkhya, Nauta. Well, if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be much. Compared to the infinite number, at least this thing has an end. The old man couldn't help but pull a handful of his hair down. At this moment, his mentality was a little broken, revealing an expression of doubting life. Surprisingly, it is a stone tablet level. Chapter 835, Fast, but not delicious. Lee Su lay on the ground, feeling tired. The appearance of the saint's skills gave him great pressure, and the difficulty of leaving here was increased by dozens of levels. This place has the saint's skills. Even if the people who come down don't have the earth-shattering talent of Lee Su, they have some understanding, right? Even if Lee Su can do something in one day, they need a month, a year, or even 10 years. As long as they accumulate day by day, sooner or later they will catch up with him, right? As a result, no one has ever left here for hundreds of thousands of years. You know, according to the records of GGOO, there were disciples who lived here for tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years without dying. Even if the saint's skills are incredibly difficult, the grinding should have been worn out. For example, now, although he glanced at the content of the first stone tablet with his eyes, he had already memorized the first chapter of Jiu-Jitsu and Gong after a rough look. According to the content of the skills, the physical body began to practice directly. This is an extraordinary mental method, mainly involving muscles, corresponding to the mortal stage, with a very high upper limit, which is hundreds of times stronger than the Yijinjing and Zisijing combined. The article itself does not have too much explanation, but after reading the content, accompanied by memory, the feeling of learning in the flesh, even if Lee Su's mind is not on this, he can still feel the depth, height, and strength that can be achieved in this first volume. This first chapter alone is already priceless. It is the ultimate in body training and the cornerstone of a 1,000-foot high building. Beginner, entry, minor success, proficiency, major success, perfection, and superb. In about an hour, a lot of energy was consumed. If converted into food, it is about more than 1,000 tons of meat. Lee Su's flesh successfully practiced the first chapter of Jiu Jitsu and Gong. Sighing, he has achieved remarkable results. There is no other way. With a talent bonus of more than 200%, Lee Su doesn't even need to work hard for this kind of skills. He can constantly have sudden enlightenments while lying down. Various inspirations keep emerging. There is no difficulty or incomprehensible place in the understanding of the skills. The brain is like this, and the body is even more so. He controls the two supreme things of flesh and blood and soul. The control of the body is no longer the subtle level of 100%, but 10,000% or 10,000%. It is so subtle. The control is no longer superficial things like muscles and bones, but the depth of cells and genes. Basically, his current state is that the brain can understand without thinking, and as long as the understanding is achieved, the body can synchronize. Don't say, after this understanding, his physical body is really much stronger. Even if the extraordinary is turned off, it is still very obvious. Jiu Jitsu and Gong, there are many differences between it and the general Taoist magic. It does not rely on extraordinary particles, but is more like a transformation of the life level. The physical body has become stronger, and a force has formed in the body from the inside out, pulling the body into a whole. It's amazing. If he had mastered this technique when he was in the martial arts realm, he would have been able to dominate the martial arts world and be invincible. Attack, defense, and speed have all reached an extremely amazing height. The visual result is that it is harder than the indestructible diamond, more powerful than the 18 palms of the dragon, and faster than the god of change. The 3 dimensions are directly maximumed out. Lee Su thought silently and opened the second video without any emotion. The second part is mainly about the internal organs, but unexpectedly, it is not aimed at the 5 places that most practitioners must choose, such as the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, but the 6 internal organs. That is to say, the 6 places of gallbladder, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, bladder, and triple burner. The core of the whole article is to improve the ability to eat by exercising these 6 places. Feeling the situation in the first article, the content of this second article is not surprising. It can be regarded as complementary. Eat more, digest faster, and get more nutrition, and the physical growth will naturally be amazing. This second article is not difficult for Lee Su. This is like Zhang Wuji, who practiced the 9 Yang magic art. He was so good that he could learn any martial arts very quickly. With his amazing comprehension, he could understand everything after reading it. With his excellent physical body, his learning speed was naturally amazing. In about an hour and a half, he had met the requirements of the second chapter and formed muscle memory, reaching the level of perfection. His digestive ability was directly strengthened by nearly 100 times compared to before. This was quite incredible, which meant that his absorption of energy had reached a very amazing level. Even if he did not use the supreme flesh and blood, things like big bone sticks, as long as they were crushed and swallowed, they could be digested quickly. Not only that, this level was not the point. The mastery of the first chapter made his physical body stronger, and the mastery of the second chapter allowed him to quickly obtain more nutrients. The two complemented each other. In other words, even if he did nothing next, he would become stronger and stronger. What level he could reach depends on the accumulation of time and the upper limit of his physical body. Well, the upper limit would be very high. After all, the first chapter was essentially laying the foundation and consolidating the foundation. Next is the third chapter, the training of bones. At this part, the requirements are very high. The 2 chapters of the restraint must be mastered to a very high level. The practice of the bone chapter requires great muscle strength and nutrition. It must be supported by a strong body and amazing digestion. It is no longer a chapter that can be practiced alone. Of course, for Lee Su, it is still not difficult. Use muscles as a heavy hammer and constantly hit your own bones through a special frequency, just like a blacksmith forging iron 10 times, 100 times, and 1,000 times. Just like this, one time after another, constantly forging. Every position is like this. The practice of this chapter requires a lot of time. According to the description of its content, according to Lee Su's understanding, it is not a matter of a few days or years. With his extremely long life, I'm afraid it will take a lifetime. This chapter strengthens Lee Su's bones. Through the special forging method, it continues to become stronger and increase the density of the bones. In just about an hour, Lee Su's bones weighed about 10 pounds. If he did this for a year, how amazing would his weight be? Then there are the 4th and 5th chapters. The 4th chapter deals with tendons, and the 5th chapter finally returns to the normal path of cultivation, involving the 5 internal organs, that is, the strengthening of the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. At this point, except for the epidermis and brain, the physical body is completely covered. After reading all the content, Lee Su closed his eyes, and with the continuous epiphany, the physical body was quickly comprehending. Muscle training, strong food, bone strengthening, tendon lifting, and nourishing the 5 internal organs just form a complete closed loop. Even if there are no last 4 chapters, the 5 chapters alone can be said to be profound and sufficient for a practitioner to continue to carve for a lifetime. The only pity is that there are no extraordinary particles. When the extraordinary is turned off, relying solely on the nutrition of food will undoubtedly be very slow. After all, it takes time to obtain food itself, and it takes time to swallow and digest food. In addition to the consumption of hunting, and the consumption of living every day, without extraordinary particles, let alone the golden elixir, it will take a long time to have a combat power comparable to the foundation building. It may take decades of effort to cross from the martial arts realm to the magic realm. Here, we are talking about people like Lee Su who learn and comprehend quickly. All 5 chapters of Zhu and Gong have reached an inhuman level of perfection. They have formed physical memory, practiced all the time, and kept up with nutrition. For ordinary people, it may take hundreds or thousands of years to achieve this. Sure enough, even if he successfully practiced the Pangu sage's method, it would be useless. He has indeed become stronger, and is still getting stronger, but for Lee Su, who has mastered the supreme power of flesh and blood, this kind of strength is not very meaningful. If he wants to explode, he only needs to consume a lot of energy and activate his flesh and blood. With his current maximum limit, it will take about a year for the 9-9 profound art to strengthen his body to that level. In other words, the 9-9 profound art that can make countless people crazy outside is completely meaningless to Lee Su at this moment. Although he has only practiced 5 chapters of the 9-9 profound art so far, and there are still 4 chapters left, Lee Su does not think that the last 4 chapters can change anything. He even said that the last 4 chapters may not be successfully practiced in this world. His comprehension was too strong. Even if it was a saint level technique, he could comprehend it, as if with divine help. Even if he could not see the content of the last 4 chapters, he still had a vague feeling that the subsequent surface layers would either involve extraordinary particles or have extremely high requirements for the first 5 chapters. And it was obvious that neither the former nor the latter could be achieved in a short period of time. Of course, there was still hope of getting out. The old man did not lie. The 9-9 mysterious technique was indeed worthy of being the technique of the Saint Pangu. It was indeed extraordinary. It was just that the time was a bit long. After accumulating about 18,000 years, it would be comparable to Tai's strength. Facing this result, Lee Su's face did not have even a trace of happiness for learning another saintly technique. Instead, he became more and more annoyed. After 18,000 years, the daylily is not cold anymore, and the table on which the vegetable was served has turned to ash. No, I need more information, more data on this world. Sitting up, Lee Su gritted his teeth. Although he didn't want to contact the damn old man, after all, this kind of person who wants your blood, your flesh, your bone marrow, and your brain, will be crazy to contact the other party. But there is no way. He doesn't care, but his lover and parents can't wait. Lee Su's eyebrows moved, and he suddenly looked into the distance. Someone is coming over. Is this the woman before? It's been less than half a day. Suddenly, Lee Su's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Businessmen know that it is obviously different to take the initiative and others take the initiative. One's own cells are best known to oneself. In terms of the other party's technological situation, analyzing the Supreme Saint is definitely a joke. If he has this ability, it's too early for him, Lee Su, to do anything. How about directly deciphering the skills of Pangu Saint? Jiu Jiuzu and Gong is the supreme power, no worse than the supreme flesh and blood, and in terms of combat power, if it says it is second, no one dares to say it is the first. Caitian Saint, is it a joke? Therefore, there is only one possibility, the other party cannot decipher it. Hey, if that's the case, things will be much easier. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 836, Another Trade. Luou was embarrassed. He thought that after the previous transaction, there would be no contact between the two sides in a short time. It could even be said that the base would not contact the target anymore. After all, his cells were already in hand. If it wasn't for the fact that his situation was too difficult and he couldn't guarantee that he could be killed, it wouldn't be surprising if he turned against him. As a result, he didn't expect that in less than 6 hours, Kileo would appear with a tired face. The opponent's cells were of the stone tablet level. The stone tablet, of course, refers to the 9 stones that record a certain special practice method, as something that has been obtained by the base for tens of thousands of years, but has never been cracked. The so-called stone tablet level actually means that this thing is unsolvable at this stage. After a brief silence, Kileo completely gave up the direct analysis of the opponent's cells. Although Kileo is a scientist and has a somewhat paranoid personality, he is not the kind of person who knows that it is impossible to say it, but he has to do it. He is actually very cautious and never takes risks for uncertain things. Imagination can be bold, but practice must be rigorous. There are miracles in science, but you can't expect miracles. So she came again with a new task. However, when she had just arrived and was still a little confused, she found that the target was sitting not far away, looking at her with a smile. This was very embarrassing. A few hours ago, Luou was as proud as a little peacock, thinking that the other party was just a native who did not understand the greatness of science. But she did not expect that the slap in the face came so quickly. Before she had time to close her eyes, Kileo said to her that the other party's cells could not be analyzed according to current science. At this moment, seeing Lee Su's expression, Luou felt very uncomfortable and could not help grinding her teeth. As a general of the base, what kind of status is she? Don't you want to save face? But the other 2 generals have left. They should not be here, but should be upstream, observing the situation upstream, and ready to report to the base at any time. Because of the incident with Lee Su, Kileo called them back temporarily. If people are sure that they can't be caught, they will naturally not stay here any longer, and they will choose to return directly. Now in the base, only Luou, who is left behind, is still there. Therefore, this transaction can only be done by her. The target in front of him is a real strong man. Letting a first level soldier come over is not reassuring, and it also expresses respect for the other party. It's like 2 countries going to see the head of the other party. Even if your head of state doesn't go because of something, you have to send the vice president, right? If you were the head of that country, would you be able to bear it if you sent a soldier? Looking at the other party's obviously Stephora, Lee Su blinked his eyes. The other party is obviously not, as long as I'm not embarrassed, and the embarrassed ones are mature politicians like you. It's not the kind of unique product in the army, the rolling meat. Soldier, strong, or female. This kind of person's personality is not difficult to guess. Tough but delicate. Tough is personality, delicate is gender. In other words, it belongs to face. Thinking of this, Lee Su said lightly, since you are here, it means that the spirited old man intends to strengthen cooperation. He didn't specifically laugh at her. After all, the other party's arrival is also very important to him. If she didn't come, it might be Lee Su himself who took the initiative to contact her. Then, Considering the other party's good figure, as a man, the necessary demeanor should be maintained. Of course, the most important thing is that it is much better to give face to such a woman than to argue with her. No matter how strong, powerful, and tough a woman is, unless she is an immortal, has an immortal heart, and has lost her human desires, you must always remember that she is a woman. When she is angry, she can really not reason with you. Luo was stunned for a moment. In fact, she had already prepared herself mentally when she came here. She estimated that she would be ridiculed 1 or 2 times, but it didn't matter. She could hold it in. How many ups and downs did she experience on her way to becoming a general? How many doubts? Although she couldn't get used to it, she had learned to endure it a long time ago. Unexpectedly, the other party went straight to the point as soon as he opened his mouth. Yes. Luo took a breath. As a general, she was undoubtedly professional. Since she was discussing the main topic, she immediately got into the state. What does the old man want? Regenerative cells, virus immunity, and radiation immunity. Lee Su frowned. He could understand regenerative cells, but virus radiation immunity? What was the use of that thing? Regenerative cells, to put it bluntly, are self-recovery efficiency. If this is improved, it will undoubtedly greatly reduce the probability of casualties on the other side. But what about viruses and radiation immune antibodies? What are the uses of these two things? In places with virus radiation, wearing protective clothing is much better than injecting immune antibodies. Do you think everyone is Lee Su? After the virus enters the human body, it is not that you will be fine just because you have antibodies. It can only be said that the risk of poisoning and the intensity of the disease after poisoning are reduced. Moreover, the virus will mutate. After being transmitted by 2 or 3 individuals, it may be different from before. In this way, the effect is naturally greatly reduced. In the case of Lee Su's supreme flesh and blood, it is not antibodies, but cells that take the initiative to attack after being invaded, change their own structure, and then swallow the virus itself in one bite. In other words, he is not immune, but it is equivalent to a snack. As for radiation, it is even more so. Radiation itself is equivalent to a kind of pollution, which can change the deep DNA structure of a person and cause his tissue to completely collapse. This kind of confrontation is not something you can fight against by making a cell. In fact, there are always a lot of radiation in space, including sunlight itself, which is a kind of radiation, but it is not harmful to the human body, but beneficial. In other words, the reason why radiation threatens the human body is because of its special wavelength, particles, disorder, or killing a certain tissue in the cell. There are 2 ways to deal with it. Let the targeted part of the cell tissue adapt, or in other words, it can be continuously regenerated. Undoubtedly, compared with the strain, the difficulty coefficient of dealing with radiation is undoubtedly greater. And once the radiation has a concentration, unlike the strain, the more the number, the greater the lethality. Therefore, no matter which of the above 2 is chosen, there are too many uncertain factors, which is far less simple than directly putting on a layer of protective clothing. I can understand the first one, but is the second one necessary? The virus itself has the possibility of mutation, not to mention radiation. With your level of technology, it is better to wear a protective suit than to ask me for immune antibodies. Luo did not mean to hide it, and said directly, the protective suit is too heavy and inconvenient. Lee Su was more and more surprised. In terms of your physical fitness, it is only a few £100 at most, so it is not a big problem, right? You can't fight with people in that environment? Seeing that Luo did not speak, Lee Su could not help but stay for a while. Fight in that environment? Is there nothing to do? Thinking about it, Lee Su did not ask. After all, although the 2 sides have successfully established the first cooperative relationship, it does not mean that they are close to each other and have become comrades in arms. In fact, the hostile relationship between them has not disappeared, but because neither side has a good way to deal with the other side, so the nuclear leveling is just a matter of time. The first one is okay, but the second one is not. Why? Luo spoke immediately. Her expression was still calm, but there was a hint of urgency in her tone. Lee Su couldn't help but roll his eyes. Come on, you are also a science student. Don't you know that there are many types of strains? Don't you know that there is a concentration of radiation? The former is almost useless if it doesn't match, and the latter can resist different concentrations according to the intensity. Can't be perfectly immune. Luo couldn't help but ask. Perfect? Lee Su was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect to hear the metaphysical requirements from the people on the scientific side. He couldn't help but say with a weird look on his face, I should be perfectly immune. I've given you my blood. Otherwise, you can extract the serum and inject it directly. Luo's expression froze. Use his serum? When Kileo came out with a tired face, it's not that no one mentioned that, since the target can be immune, it's better to make his blood into serum directly. Then Kileo dripped a drop of the target's blood on a large piece of dinosaur meat in front of everyone. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, the dinosaur meat weighing almost 5 kilograms disappeared in front of them. His blood is a more terrible substance than poison for normal creatures. Lee Su smiled faintly, not surprised by the other party's expression. Since it is a scientific research, it is natural to conduct various studies on his blood. He was not afraid of the other party checking, but was afraid that the other party would not check, and that he would think it was magical and treat him as Tang monk meat. Luo took a breath and said after a moment of silence, what if I give you targeted standards and then make corresponding immune cells? So that's it. It seems that there is a place you want to go, but you are still lacking some means. Then you can try. Lee Su thought about it and nodded, but he didn't finish his words. Then he said, in addition to the above, do you have any other requirements? Luo shook his head. Lee Su smiled. There is no doubt that what the other party wanted was nothing to him, not even a drizzle. Then I wonder what you can provide me? Luo took a deep breath. His chest expanded. Obviously he was very confident in his next words. I believe you have read the contents of the stone tablet, and you should understand its difficulty. We can provide you with a comprehensive content analysis of the first stone tablet, a full 10,000 years, and the practice data of millions of people, which can help you. Without waiting for the other party to finish, Lee Su interrupted him on the spot with annoyance. Why do I need that thing? Luo choked, his eyes widened instantly, and he couldn't help but say, this can help you master the first chapter of the stone tablet as quickly as possible and practice successfully. I admit that you outsiders are very talented in cultivation and have great advantages, but this stele is different. The methods recorded on it are extremely profound, covering the surface layer to the deepest layer of cells. Relying on personal efforts alone, even you may not be able to get started, even if you spend 100 years. Lee Su couldn't help rolling his eyes. I've already perfected the 5th level. What the hell do I need you for? I don't want that. Never mind. I'll make my own request. Give me all the relevant information about this world, especially about how to leave here. Chapter 837. This world is a piece of intestine. Luo was a little absent-minded. He never thought that the target wanted this. You have to know that taking out the research results of the first layer of the stone tablet is a very helpless decision. After all, they can't decipher Lee Su's cells. If you want something from others, you must show corresponding sincerity. For these outsiders, the greatest sincerity is undoubtedly the content of the analysis of the stone tablet's skills. I was prepared for the other party to open his mouth and put forward more requirements, but I didn't expect that the person in front of me was not interested in the skills on the stone tablet at all. Instead, he wanted relevant information about this world and information about leaving. Of course, it is not surprising that the other party would have such a request, but this can obviously be used as an additional condition. After all, this information itself is not of much value. The lifespan of these outsiders is very terrible. Unless they die unexpectedly, it is not a problem to live for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. Even if the extraordinary is extinguished, some of the magic is still preserved. For example, the lifespan of their cells is very terrible, which is dozens or hundreds of times longer than that of ordinary people. Therefore, it is only a matter of time for the other party to understand the situation in this world. Looking at Luo, who was standing there in a daze for a long time, Lee Su couldn't help but frowned. Too much? Not really. This kind of information does not involve the other party's core information. After all, the other party's face was blocked by the mask, and he naturally couldn't know what kind of expression the other party had on his face at this moment. Wait, the other party asked him for regenerative cells and antibodies to toxins and radiation, so he should be aiming at a certain place. All the information of this world naturally involves the location of the other party's target. Naturally, there will be some concerns about the request he made. Lee Su thought about it. For him at present, the most important thing is to grasp the information of this world as soon as possible, and then analyze it, based on this information, to figure out how to leave here. Other things, he doesn't care much. What should be the purpose of what you want? You can delete the content related to your purpose from the information you give me. How about it? Luou was stunned and came back to her senses. To be honest, if Lee Su hadn't mentioned it, she hadn't thought of this. She took a deep breath and said directly, "Are you sure that you only need the information of this world and the information of leaving this world in exchange?" "Yes." Lee Su nodded. "Okay, I will give you all the information." Luou was very decisive. She didn't even call the base and made the decision directly. Because compared with the analysis of the stone tablet's skills, the information of this world and how to leave are nothing at all. You have to know that, even when Keeleo made this decision, many people opposed it, including Luou herself. The stone tablet's skills not only took countless efforts from the base to analyze, but more importantly, if this thing fell into the hands of outsiders, it would enhance the opponent's strength. In the base, many people are practicing. Even if they just get started, they will have an extremely amazing improvement and become a second level warrior. With continuous practice, they can become a first level warrior in 10 years at most. Luou is like this. The reason why she has achieved what she has today and has become one of the few female generals in the base is that she has learned the skills on the stone tablet. Although she has been in the entry state until now, her progress has never stopped, and she can still feel the progress every day. The stone tablet technique is so amazing and terrifying. Luou has a hunch that if she continues, one day she may be able to break through the general level and step into an unimaginable field. Lee Su smiled immediately after hearing this. Very good. With the information from the base, he can undoubtedly save a lot of time and get familiar with the situation in this world in the shortest time. Soon, Luou left with the regeneration cells that Lee Su gave her. Of course, at the same time, Luou also left about 1/3 of the information they collected related to this world. As for the rest of the content, wait for the other party to bring the strain and radiation, and then continue the transaction. Watching the other party leave, Lee Su rubbed his hands directly and looked at the 1/3 of the content left by Luou in the laptop. This world perhaps should not be described as a world, but it should be said that it is actually the intestines of a certain creature. There is no doubt that this is an incredible result. We who came to this conclusion couldn't help but doubt our eyes and our thoughts. We once thought that this conclusion was that we were crazy. But no matter how we deny it or how we want to prove it, there is only one conclusion in the end. That is this world. It really is the intestines. An intestine that covers an area of more than 100 million square kilometers and contains the sun, the moon, and the stars. Oh my god, it is simply unimaginable. What kind of creature would have such a huge intestine? The opening is just over 100 words. But it made Lee Su, who was reading it, shrink his pupils and change his color. In an instant, he felt that this transaction was worth it, very worth it. Although this should be a matter of course, the Blood Sea is the filth under the navel of the Pangu Saint, so entering the end of this Blood Sea, isn't it the intestines of the saint? Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but raise his head. Looking at the huge sky above his head, the scene of the sun rising and setting, and the dense jungle around him. To be honest, if it weren't for the laptop in front of him saying that this world is a section of intestines, even Lee Su would probably find it difficult to associate it. After all, there is no trace at all. Looking back, when he first entered, he also found that the topography of this world was indeed very strange. Now that he was making associations, the undulating shapes were like the wrinkles in the intestines, right? Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath and was greatly shocked. He moved his eyes downward and continued to watch. This world is a section of intestines, which is already hard to believe. But there is another thing that is even more incredible. That is, this intestinate is not dead. Even after tens of thousands of years, it is still alive. Why did you come to this conclusion? Because no matter how we destroy it, it will recover after a certain period of time, and the traces of the previous destruction will be as if they had never happened. Not only that, it is like a living thing. This section of intestine is moving, although the movement is small, and the frequency is also low and long, but it has never stopped. And if you kill a living thing and bury it underground, and then dig it up after a period of time, the buried creature will disappear. At first I thought I had found the wrong place, or maybe it was because of the shifting terrain. But when I took out the soil underneath and examined it, I found that there were tissues of buried organisms in the soil, and they were in the process of being digested, whether it was flesh or bones. When I think of its constant movement, it's not moving, it's just wriggling. We are almost going crazy to come to this conclusion. We are actually living in the belly of a giant creature? After reading the information left by Luou bit by bit, Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath, and his scalp was numb. He couldn't accept this result. The intestines of the saint are nothing, but the intestines are still alive. So what is the self in the intestines at this moment? Ikali? I have to say that Lee Su's brain circuit is quite amazing, and the focus of attention is actually here. While Lee Su was indulging in the information about this world, given by the base, on the other side, the base was located. Asterisk 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 with Lee Su's regenerative cells, Luou quickly returned to the base. She ran very fast, fearing that the cells would die if she was late. Among the 3 things she asked for, the importance of regenerative cells is not low. You have to know that this world is very dangerous. The base has been exploring for so many years, and has suffered countless casualties. There are thousands of disabled people in the base alone. Some have broken hands, some have broken feet, some have broken spines, and some have mental damage. Although it is no problem to support them in the current situation of the base, how many people can accept their own situation? With these regenerative cells, whether in the future or now, they will have a huge role. For example, her teacher's lumbar spine was damaged due to a mission, and except for the eyes, he was completely paralyzed. Thinking of this, Luou was a little excited. With these regenerative cells, the teacher might be able to stand up. After all, even though she has taken good care of her all these years, she can feel the teacher's intention to die. It is better to die than to live like this. Not only that, if the teacher can be cured, it will also be great news for the base. Master Key. He's back. How is it? He agreed, but he didn't ask for the analysis of the stone tablet's skills, but asked for information about this world, and how to leave this world in exchange. Master Key paused, and didn't even look at the cells of Lee Su in Luou's hand. Not only Master Key, many people were stunned, just like Luou. Obviously, in their minds, the analysis of the stone tablet's skills is self-evident, and they showed joy directly. Master Key said slowly, "You didn't tell him about the analysis of the skills." "I did." "Really?" Master Key nodded, and said with some regret, "What a pity, I thought I could do an experiment." "Huh? What do you mean?" "Master Key, for cells of that level, the content on the stone tablet is just for entry. It may not be difficult for him, and our analysis involving entry and above is basically just goose walk, without practice, and we wanted to win-win." Hearing Master Key's words, everyone was stunned and looked at each other. Entry is not very meaningful to him, and the above entry is basically just goose walk. I wonder why Kileo started talking about the decryption of the stone tablet technique. You should know that a long time ago, the base had a rule that things related to the stone tablet technique must not be leaked to outsiders. Is this a win-win situation? It's just a naked freeloader. Kileo stood up and didn't take the regeneration cells in Luou's hand. Instead, he said, "Let's go. By the way, I remember that your teacher, General Luou, was paralyzed because of a physical injury during a retreat mission." Luou couldn't help but take a breath, and his pupils trembled slightly, saying, "Yes. Then let's start with your teacher. I remember that she was also a general before she was paralyzed." After that, Kileo took the lead and walked out. Luou took a deep breath and chased after him without hesitation. At the same time as the two left, someone in the corner of the command center looked at him inexplicably. He was a young man in his 20s, wearing a white coat, and was also a scientific researcher. What was different from the others was that he had a silver bracelet on each of his wrists, and on his chest, there was only the word engineer. Those who can sit in the command center are specially marked, such as machinery, electronics, energy, etc. It was not until the figures of Keyleo and the other person disappeared that the young man stood up silently and walked out from the side door on the other side. Seeing him leave, many people moved their eyes, but did not speak. The young man's name is Yang Tao. He was originally a biological genetic engineer, and he was also a genius. In the base, only Keyleo could surpass him in terms of biological genes. It was not until the other person's back disappeared at the side door that someone could not help but say, "It's a pity for that guy." The next moment someone interrupted, rolled his eyes directly, and said unhappily, "What's a pity? He is just a lunatic." In an instant, many people could not help but nod their heads. Scientists are more or less paranoid, but the young man's way of thinking can no longer be described as paranoid, it can only be described as crazy. Because of his madness, he was deprived of the qualification of biological genetic engineer and was not allowed to touch the content related to biological genes. If it weren't for his extremely high level of scientific research, and if it weren't for the fact that he was better than most people in basic engineering, mechanical electronics, etc., he would have been locked up or even executed. Outside the side door, listening to the conversation inside, Yang Tao was laughing, and there was a hint of shocking madness in his smile. "Teacher, history will soon prove that my research is the right direction for biological genes." Chapter 838 Troubles Within the Family. Lee Su let out a breath and put down the laptop in his hand. Although it was only 1/3 of the content, there was a lot of information. It not only contained the other party's on-site exploration of this world, but also a lot of speculation and inference. This undoubtedly gave Lee Su a general understanding of the situation in this world, and also a clear direction for what to do next. When realizing that this world is an intestine, and this intestine is still alive, it is entirely conceivable how panicked and terrified the people in the base were. As an intelligent life, when you realize that you are actually living in someone else's stomach, what kind of feeling is that? You can imagine. Therefore, in the records of the base, about the period when the conclusion was drawn, they began to conduct crazy investigations on this world, with unprecedented intensity and beyond imagination. Because this fear itself is not inexplicable, nor is it without basis. It is real and truly felt. The specific content is unknown, and it is not written in it, but it is summarized as a flood. In this world, every certain time, an extremely shocking flood will occur, tilting down from the upstream, and everything will be swallowed by the flood, leaving nothing at the top. As for the more detailed content, I didn't write it. How and when the flood came, and how the base successfully avoided the flood again and again, there is nothing. Although some key content is missing, it should be clear after the strains and radiation brought by the other party. Close your eyes and summarize the information you see in the computer. Soon, a rough outline of this world appeared in Lee Su's mind. It is the shape of an intestine, similar to a human. Lee Su's current location is in the rectum. If you continue to go up, about 1,300 kilometers, you can see an obvious twist. The opponent's base is nearby, and where you will enter the sigmoid. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth, and he felt uncomfortable all over. A kind of stinky mood filled his body and mind. Damn it. Although I have thought about it before, I never thought that I would come into contact with this difficult to describe place in this way. You ask what I thought before. Of course it's because of hematoids. As a sedentary worker, it is inevitable to have anxiety in this regard. Otherwise, what do you think it is? I don't know when the other party will come, so they shouldn't let me wait too long, right? Damn. Although a lot of information was explained just now, most of it was lost when it came to the key position. Therefore, we can only wait for the other party to send the rest of the information. Someone here might ask, since we know that this is the intestine and we know that a location is just on the rectum, do we still need to find it? Shouldn't the lake, when we came here, be the exit? The blood and water all flowed towards that side, and it was not full even with such a large amount. The matter is already very obvious. For this, Lee Soo could only answer that it was not. He remembered very clearly that, after jumping off the CI, he was not washed out by the water, but suddenly appeared in the water. He remembered this very clearly. Not only that, the base also described the lake that Lee Soo and the others came to. After all, outsiders appear there, so naturally some people will doubt whether the exit will be there too. Unfortunately, it is not. Because the lake has a bottom and is not very deep. Then the question is, since it is not deep, why didn't so much blood and water gather and rise? It's very simple. After the blood flowed there, it seemed to disappear. Although the base did not specify the situation of its detection, it gave a very affirmative answer, that is, there is no exit there. For this answer, Lee Soo breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he couldn't help frowning, quite tangled. After all, it is not an exit, which means it is not that indescribable part. But because it is not an exit, it also means that the exit is not easy to find. Wait first, it will not take long. Even if I can't come today, it will be tomorrow at most. I can also seize the time to improve myself. Jiu-Jitsu and Gong is still very powerful. At least in this world, where the extraordinary is extinguished, practicing it can still improve myself. The other several major saints' skills cannot be used at all when the extraordinary is extinguished. Just like an engine, if there is no oil, no matter how many functions there are, it is useless. Although the body has automatically memorized it, even if it is ignored, it will still maintain the rhythm of Jiu-Jitsu and Gong. But there is still a big difference between active and passive, whether in efficiency or effect. At least doubled. 1 hour, 2 hours. Soon, a day passed. Sitting outside the isolation zone until nightfall, Lee Soo had a puzzled look on his face. Strange, didn't come? It's not that he was anxious. He also knew that, after giving the regenerative cells, the other party should conduct research. But the other party is not alone. Can't he just study while sending someone to get it? Not only that, asking him for antibodies to the virus and radiation means that the other party has already conducted a certain degree of research. It's not strange that there are storages at the base. With the strength of that woman, plus the special weapons she is wearing, she should have come a long time ago. As a result, it's almost dark, but she still hasn't come, which is a bit strange. Damn, don't they want to cooperate? Although he got a lot of information, it is obvious that the key positions are stuck. If he goes to check it himself, it's okay, but the time wasted is hard to calculate. After all, this world is not small, and Pangu Sage is an upright person who supports the prehistoric existence. You can imagine how big his intestines are. According to the information currently available, if Lee Soo relied on himself, it would take at least 30 to 50 years if the supernatural power was extinguished. This was because of the 1/3 of the information. Otherwise, if all of it was from Lee Soo, it might not be possible to figure it out in 1 or 200 years, let alone 30 to 50 years. After waiting for a long time, Lee Soo suddenly raised his head, his pupils shrank into a thin line, and his face changed on the spot. A great crisis enveloped him, and the cells in his body were screaming wildly, sending out alarms. Damn it! He shouted angrily, raised his hand and smashed the laptop beside him to pieces. He suddenly retreated, crashed through the isolation belt, and rushed into the dangerous land full of virus strains and radiation. His body began to undergo extreme changes, and his body temperature, heartbeat, and electromagnetic waves all changed. At the same time, he pierced the ground with one foot, put his hands into the knife, and dug frantically. In the blink of an eye, he buried himself in it, and dug out a long passage. After more than 100 meters, Lee Soo broke out of the ground, and stood under the shade of a tree. His face was cold, his eyes were full of anger and murderous intent. The muscles of his feet burst, and he pushed his feet hard, and the whole person rushed out like wind and lightning. He was very fast, and he did not land on the ground, but changed continuously in the air. In this second, his body changed amazingly, shrinking rapidly, and in the blink of an eye he became a 3-year-old baby. The smaller the size, the smaller the resistance, but the power remained unchanged. In just 2 or 3 breaths, he ran several kilometers away. However, just as Lee Su was running frantically, a rumbling sound came from a distance. At this moment, a black dot was seen on the horizon, heading towards the location of the isolation belt at an unimaginable speed. It was very fast, beyond imagination, with a speed of tens of Mach. It took less than a breath from the appearance to the location of the isolation belt. With a loud bang, a sun rose slowly at the location of the isolation belt. That's a hydrogen bomb. Damn. Even though he had already run more than 10 kilometers at the moment of the explosion, Lee Su still couldn't help but turn pale and his eyes red. Although he knew that the two sides were not partners and that stopping was just a matter of mutual fear, he also understood that being able to sit down was just for the sake of interests. He never expected that the other party would directly kill him before the second cooperation was over. Lee Su was angry. He was obviously not a good-tempered person. The other party's previous explanation and the behavior of the outsiders, although not as a structure, to forgive the other party, were at least a reason. Now, it was completely different. This attack meant that there was no room for maneuver between the two sides, and they would fight to the death. Although he didn't know why, Lee Su was not in the mood to think about it. Since you want to start a war, then fight. Asterisk 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 at the same time, the base was located. The shrill alarm sounded, and the terrible explosions continued, like muffled thunder, constantly coming from underground. Why? With her pupils burning with fire, General Liu was trembling with anger, looking at the person in front of her in disbelief. At this moment, there was blood on the corner of her mouth, and the armed clothes she was wearing were on alert. Her chest was bloody, and she was seriously injured. The other party was wearing a red military uniform, and was one of the 3 generals who appeared before. It's just a different philosophy. Philosophy? What philosophy? I'm a general, the strongest in the base, but I have to obey orders, and be prepared to sacrifice at any time. The man in the red military uniform looked at Liu. Is this reasonable? Liu couldn't help but widen his pupils, looking at the person in front of him who should be extremely familiar, but was extremely unfamiliar. You. The man in the red military uniform said softly, those outsiders are stupid, but their concepts are correct. The strong are kings and the weak are servants. This is the order that creatures should have. You won't succeed. Liu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and said angrily, haha, no. The man in red uniform laughed and said softly, why do you think I happened to be there? Liu's pupils couldn't help shrinking. What do you mean? It's not comfortable to be paralyzed in bed. You should be admired by everyone. No. This is impossible. Chapter 839 Confused. With a loud bang, Lee Su flew, completely out of control. It was tragic. The first thing that came was the sonic boom, which was an extremely huge atmosphere that swept him in an instant. The whole person seemed to be run over by a tank. If it weren't for his strong enough body, this first wave of impact would have killed him on the spot. Even so, Lee Su still couldn't help it, and spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. There was a lot of foam in the blood, which was formed by the impact inertia. The air was highly compressed and ruptured his internal organs. Fortunately, the supreme flesh and blood was activated at the first time, and the regeneration factor quickly healed his injuries, so that he only paid a mouthful of blood as a price. However, the next second, his body was ignited, and the extremely high temperature almost melted him. The terrible high temperature ignited him at the moment, but fortunately, the cells began to regenerate continuously in the next second, and the new skin and flesh continued to expand, taking off the ignited shell, blocking about 5 layers of high heat outside in a way of dozens of layers per second. You should know that the damage caused by hydrogen bombs is not just burning. These radiations are very terrible under the strong explosion, just like a bullet fired from a gun. Although it is extremely small, it is destructive to cells beyond imagination. Even with the supreme flesh and blood, facing this large scale, penetrating, and high concentration shocking radiation damage, it is still almost involved in the deepened hurt. Fortunately, at this moment, the 99 mysterious art is also playing a huge role. Although he has not practiced for too long, he has mastered the mastery of the superb level. Every minute of progress is extremely terrible. With the nutrition, Lee Su has actually reached a height that others may not be able to reach after decades of practice. Its existence reduces the effect of terrible high temperature and radiation. Although it is less than one layer of the hole, it gives him room to breathe and prevents him from being completely hurt. Even so, Lee Soo is still not in a good situation. Even if he anticipated it in advance and ran a long distance in advance and was not in the center of the explosion, it is still the same. The power is too great. He was in pain all over when he landed on the ground, as if he had been cut into pieces by 1,000 kilograms of knife. He opened his mouth and vomited about 2 kilograms of waste blood. Lee Soo stood up, his pupils burning with fire. He almost died. He never expected that the other party would turn against him at this time. He was too careless because he relaxed his vigilance after 2 transactions. Although he couldn't figure out why the other party flipped the table. But this didn't stop him, Lee Soo, from taking revenge. Without thinking, Lee Soo moved and headed straight for the other party's base. If a tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm a sick cat, right? Do you think I dare not approach you because I have a hydrogen bomb in my hand? Lee Soo sneered. There are too many things that cells can do. Lee Soo was furious. Not only did this behavior happen for the second time, but more importantly, the other party gave him half of what he wanted, but didn't give him the key part. After this explosion, there was naturally no follow-up. Was it aimed at regenerative cells from the beginning? The so-called antibodies were just deliberately distracting his attention. Lee Soo's steps were extremely fast. Although the other party threw a hydrogen bomb, which almost killed him, it also made it convenient for him. In this way, the electronic equipment nearby would lose its function, which just made it convenient for him to kill directly. How fast was Lee Soo, who was so angry that he went crazy? He was already extremely powerful, and he practiced the 9-9 mysterious art, which further broke the human limit. Even without weapons, he was actually equivalent to a supernatural creature. When running at full speed, his speed was close to 500 km per hour, which was about 277 meters per second, infinitely close to the speed of sound. Although it was slower than the speed when he was Tai, it seemed as if he was not moving, but it was far beyond the scope of humans. The average man realm, or the foundation building stage, was not as fast as him. Fast. In just over 2 hours, Lee Soo ran to the approximate location of the opponent's base. The reason why I said approximately was naturally because the opponent's information did not have it, but it was just based on the information obtained before to get an approximate location. The specific location still needs to be found. After all, it has been so long, and the traces of the hydrogen bomb launch have long disappeared. After running to the approximate location, Lee Soo, who was originally planning to find a higher place to take a look at the surrounding terrain, was stunned. Because, not far away, about 100 kilometers away, black smoke can be clearly seen. Undoubtedly, in this dense forest, that thing is too conspicuous. Bait? Lee Soo couldn't help but frown, and his originally furious mood was instantly suppressed a lot, and the whole person calmed down. Although he was angry, he was not stupid. He would not be blinded to the point of losing his mind because of anger. Recalling the first scene, Lee Soo was still a little timid. A series of links almost sent him away. In this dense forest, bursts of black smoke suddenly rose from somewhere, which really made him wonder if this was a trap to deliberately lure him over. Thinking about it, Lee Soo did not stop, and still rushed directly to the location of the black smoke. As he walked, his arm began to move. A large number of cells were expanding, and soon a small lump bulged. It contained quite amazing energy, and as Lee Soo raised his hand and threw it, that part of the flesh and blood directly separated from his body and began to expand rapidly. The next second, it was seen to expand its wings visibly, and it turned into a foot-long black eagle. With a slight cry, it flapped its wings and rushed into the sky. Its eyes moved slightly, and it rushed directly towards the black smoke 100 kilometers away. 100 kilometers is very far. But for birds, it is not far. After a few minutes, the location of the black smoke was clearly visible. Not long after, the black eagle that flew out came back. It jumped down and landed on Lee Soo's arm, and then began to twist, changing from a black eagle to a tumor, and merged into Lee Soo's body. In an instant, what the other party saw appeared in Lee Soo's mind. Facing the appearance in his mind, Lee Soo was a little stunned and couldn't help but look weird. The scene where the black smoke was located surprised him, very surprised. If it is a bait, it must be said that the other party is really rich. After all, it is a base covering thousands of square meters and with a very technological style. Just in the area that Black Eagle could see, there must be hundreds of thousands of tons of steel, right? Not to mention that the steel base is very lively now, with fighting going on. The black smoke was generated from the middle, where there were originally more than a dozen huge cylindrical buildings. Several of them were broken, and the billowing black smoke came out from there, and from time to time, you could hear movement and loud noises coming from inside. What's going on? Standing there, Lee Soo couldn't help but be a little confused for a while. The main reason was that the people on both sides were dressed very similarly, and it didn't look like another force was attacking, but more like an internal struggle. Moreover, the fighting in front of them at this moment didn't look like acting at all, and both sides were really going for each other's lives. Not only that, from all indications, this battle may have lasted for quite a long time. It has been like this for at least a day, right? With such a result, Lee Soo was even more confused for a while. After all, he was hit by the other side's hydrogen bomb 2 hours ago. A day ago, there was a civil war here. Then 2 hours ago, a hydrogen bomb was fired at him here before the civil war ended. Why? What is the logic? What is the logic of beating him? Chapter 840 Buzzing. About 2 hours ago, the base, deep underground. The control center that was supposed to be on the ground landed here and was completely locked, completely isolated from the outside world. There is an independent power supply system here, and a large amount of food and water are stored. This is a system specially built to prevent accidents. The main purpose is to ensure that the command system can always exist when the base is attacked. At this moment, there are many people in the room. There are scientific researchers and military personnel. Their faces are not good. No, it should be said that they are very pale. Although they have made emergency plans, they never thought that one day they would encounter it themselves. Of course, this is not the reason for their pale faces. What really shocked and powerless them was that this crisis was not an external factor in their plan, but an internal rebellion that they had basically never thought of. The impact was too great. A day has passed, and there are still many people who have not recovered. I couldn't help but look up, and everyone kept looking at the pictures on the surrounding walls. The shrill alarm has been turned off, and the flashing red lights have also stopped, but there is no doubt that the situation is not good. Very, very bad. The rebel forces are far greater than imagined. The science department, the military department, and even the citizens all participated. There were a lot of people. It can be said that from the beginning, they were in an unprecedented disadvantage. Even General Luo, the only pillar of the base, was severely injured, and the person who attacked her was a powerful general, Chahu. If they hadn't reacted quickly at the time and blocked the opponent through the isolation door when they saw the situation was not good, I'm afraid that the only top combat force would have died yesterday. Although the person was rescued, the situation was still not good. The injury was too serious. The main reason was that Chahu came too suddenly, and Luoyu was not prepared at all, and was severely injured by the opponent. When it was finally possible to rescue the person, in fact, the two sides had been fighting for several minutes, and when the person was rescued, he was already dying. Originally, this was nothing. After all, not long ago, they obtained a lot of regenerative cells. Through experiments, even people who have been paralyzed in bed for more than 10 years can be cured. As long as they can get regenerative cells, General Luoyu should be able to recover quickly. As a result, just as they were preparing to act, they found that the disabled person who was receiving treatment in the laboratory, Luoyu's teacher, the former general, suddenly jumped up and took away the remaining regenerative cells. Although the other party had been paralyzed for many years and was no longer as skilled as before, the people in the laboratory were obviously unable to resist when they were not prepared and were easily broken through by her. It was not until the other party disappeared that the people in the command center realized that General Luoyu's teacher, she had also betrayed them. Before they could react, another alarm sounded. The ventilation ducts of the base were released with viruses. Although they were quickly closed and cleaned, many people were still infected and infected by the virus. Soon they mutated and turned into bloodthirsty monsters and began to attack the uninfected people around them crazily. The appearance of the monster was like a signal, and the army also rebelled. A large number of people wearing full armor shot without any mercy, severely injuring their comrades around them. In just less than 10 minutes, the base was completely in chaos. If the emergency system had not been activated, it would have fallen. Even so, the situation is getting worse. After more than a day, the resistance that can be formed is getting weaker and weaker, especially the lack of top combat power, which makes it impossible to form an effective confrontation. Up to now, there are very few people who are still resisting. I'm afraid that in a short time, the outside will be completely suppressed by the other side. Teacher, at this point, the result is obvious. You lose. It's Yang Tao, the engineer who was banned from biological gene experiments and had a very crazy mind. At this moment, he appeared in one of the pictures, looking at Kileo in the command center. You have seen the situation of the base. Most of the soldiers have been lost. Although there is still some resistance, it is only a matter of time after all. Teacher, as long as you surrender, the rest of the people can survive. Kileo, who had been silent all the time, finally raised his head at this moment. He looked at Yang Tao deeply. Sure enough, that virus is your masterpiece, right? Hearing Kileo's words, Yang Tao's face did not change, but in the depths of his eyes, he said with great confidence and fanaticism, and smiled. Yes, this is the power of genes that I once wanted to show you, teacher. He did not describe too much, and there was a hint of hatred in his laughter. Back then, it was this old man who stopped his experiment. Not only did he stop the experiment, but he was also not allowed to conduct any biological experiments from that day on. He was even shackled and monitored every minute of his life. No matter what he looked at, did, or even said, he was not allowed to do it. Once he exceeded the limit, he would be immediately electrocuted, and the case would be reported, and he would be imprisoned. It is conceivable that a genius of biological genes would suddenly not be allowed to do anything related to biology. What a terrible scene it would be, as if the meaning of existence had been deprived of someone. For Yang Tao, such a day was even more painful than death. Fortunately, he was found by someone soon, and someone was willing to provide him with a safe experimental environment. Thinking of this, Yang Tao's eyes immediately became cold, and he looked at the old man and said, "How about it, teacher? You didn't expect it." It seemed to say that, if you hadn't stopped me, this power today would not be your enemy, but your helper. Do you regret it, teacher? Kileo shook his head. Any technology, when studied to a certain extent, would be extremely amazing. Is the gene powerful? Indeed, it is very strong. But the problem is that the field is too profound for the current base. If you are not careful, you may touch the abyss, the destructive abyss. The reason why he banned the other party is that science can be explored in depth, but there must be a bottom line. The disciple in front of him is smart, but he does not have that bottom line. Kileo said lightly, "It seems that you are very confident in your research. Why are you not confident? Then, can they withstand hydrogen bombs?" Yang Tao's eyes shrank, and his face changed immediately. He naturally knew the most terrible killer of the space. Facing the terrifying high temperature and terrible radiation, cells, genes are not worth mentioning in front of it. Flesh and blood cannot stop the fire of the sun. Although there was a little fear in his eyes and Yang Tao's expression was a little unnatural, he still said, "Teacher, don't bluff me. It's true that what I have researched so far cannot withstand it, but this base cannot withstand it either. Everyone will die. Although we have captured the base, only a few people died after all. More people are still alive, but they are just controlled. Once the hydrogen bomb is used, they will die immediately. So, you won't use it." The old man laughed. "Yes, you know me very well. I really won't use hydrogen bombs on the base." Asterisk 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 back to the present. Li Su arrived at the base less than 100 kilometers away. At this moment, a drone was buzzing around him, and he himself, his head was buzzing. Just when he was confused about the situation of the other party's base, and couldn't figure out why the other party was obviously in a civil war, but a hydrogen bomb inexplicably hit his head. A drone suddenly flew over and stopped in front of him. Soon a picture appeared on the drone, directly playing the conversation between the mentally ill old man and the base and his mentally ill disciple. After hearing all this, Lee Su was silent. So, since you can't do anything to the base, you're just going to put the nuclear power on me? Chapter 841 Intruder. Let's make a deal. An old voice sounded from inside the drone. Lee Su narrowed his eyes slightly and said nothing. If you are willing to help, the base will do its best to cooperate with you and find a way to leave here. How about it? Listening to the old man's words, Lee Su smiled, very coldly, with murderous intent. The purpose of the other party launching a hydrogen bomb at him was to force him over, to disrupt the situation through a third party, and to give them a chance. But what does that have to do with him? Why did Lee Su come here after a 1,000-mile raid? He came to kill people. Once, I can still laugh. Twice, do you really think I'm made of mud? Lee Su may be a good person to talk to, but this does not mean that others can joke with him casually, or such a joke that kills him. Indeed, with the information of the base, he can save a lot of time and concentrate on thinking about how to leave this damn place. But if the other party wants to use this as a handcart, it is too much to underestimate him. Lee Su. He spoke in a very calm tone, almost without any emotion. Old man, are you kidding? In an instant, countless flying insects and animals rushed out of the woods where Lee Su was, and the flowers, plants, and trees also shrank their bodies at this moment. Even if the extraordinary was extinguished, the terrible will from the Supreme King was still enough to descend a little and reach this reality. On the other side of the drone, the people in the entire center shuddered directly, and their thoughts seemed to be stagnant. Killing intent. The terrifying killing intent. Just a few words, cold into the bone marrow, the soul seemed to be frozen. Everyone seemed to see a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. Blood filled their mouths and noses, as if someone was grabbing their necks, and breathing became extremely difficult. Facing this scene, everyone in the command center couldn't help but widen their eyes, their faces full of horror and disbelief. Killing intent. The base has naturally done research on this mysterious thing, and knows that it is a manifestation of the spirit, preaching through the 5 senses. In the base, many powerful warriors can do it. However, they were separated by a screen, and the other party was not here at all. You know, even a 10-meter long Tyrannosaurus would not make them so angry. Even if they looked at each other, at most they would only feel a little cold, because of its appearance. As a result, the other party's murderous intent was transmitted through the sound and affected them. Plop, plop. The sound of falling was heard. The scientific experts were the first to be unable to bear it. Without saying a word, they rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Their bodies melted because of excessive fear. There were also people whose pupils were getting bigger and bigger, and their faces began to turn yellow rapidly. His bitter gall was broken by fear. There were also people who could not help it and bent over and vomited directly. What they vomited was shocking blood red because they could not bear this murderous intent. The excessive pressure caused their stomachs to bleed. The people in the military department undoubtedly performed better, but their expressions were undoubtedly pale, and they could not help but tremble. Their bodies, which should have been strong and made them proud, could not give them any comfort at this moment. Facing this scene, the old man Ki was also stunned. There is no doubt that the feeling that Lee Su gave him at this second was beyond the general level, beyond the limit that humans in this world can reach. If outsiders are given time, it is not difficult to become stronger. It is only a matter of time to become a general level. But that takes decades, hundreds of years, or even hundreds of years. The extraordinary is extinguished. It is too difficult for creatures to improve and transform. The upper limit is stuck. The truth is beyond imagination. Taking a deep breath, the old man Ki spoke and slowly uttered a few words. Along with his words, on the other side of the screen, Lee Su, who was full of murderous intent, was stunned. The terrible murderous intent stagnated at this moment. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. He almost thought he had heard it wrong. He said in astonishment, "Say it again." The old man Ki said softly. Hearing the unbelievable answer again clearly, Lee Su couldn't help but close his eyes for a while and didn't speak for a long time. After a long while, he opened his eyes. His face was not good. He said, "Old man, you should know that there is no such thing as a third time. You should understand the price of lying to me." Of course, without a doubt, the rebels can't control the hydrogen bomb, right? There is no warhead, but it is not ruled out that the other party has a small one. After all, the arsenal has fallen, and there are small nuclear devices there. Got it? Lee Su sighed and ignored the drone. Damn it. Unable to help but curse, he took his own steps, jumped up, and ran directly to the base. Asterisk 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 at the same time, inside the base, General Chahu, biological genetic engineer Yang Tao, and LUOU's teacher, former base General Lan. What's going on? Chahu looked at Yang Tao and spoke slowly. No, it's completely locked from the inside. It's equivalent to two independent systems, with completely different source codes. Except for calls, all other commands are only outgoing and not incoming, and even the ventilation ducts are separate internal circulation. Yang Tao shook his head and put down the notebook in his hand. Unless the alarm is lifted inside, there is no way to open it from outside. I didn't expect that the command center is the real emergency center. The one released before was just a sleight of hand. The old man deceived everyone from the beginning. They did not act suddenly, but had been preparing for a long time, but they just didn't have the chance. But they didn't expect that the emergency control center, which was the primary target, was just a shell. The target deliberately placed in the open was the original command center, which actually dropped directly underground. You must know that Yang Tao has worked hard for this day. As a basic engineer, he participated in the comprehensive construction of the base. The emergency center was breached by him in less than 10 minutes after the rebellion began, but he didn't expect that the elevator of the control center was hidden by the old man. But soon, Yang Tao sneered again. The old man was well prepared, and it must be said that he was tricked. But now a huge part of the main facilities of the base are under their control, and only the emergency center is left, which is equivalent to the head of the body being chopped off, but it is just lingering. Unless the other party chooses to die together, the ending is already doomed. As for whether the stinky old man will use the hydrogen bomb, he won't. Although Yang Tao was frightened by the previous launch, he was relieved when he saw the hydrogen bomb going away. He was also completely sure that the old man had no intention of destroying the base. However, in order to avoid more trouble, Yang Tao looked at General Chahu and said, "General Chahu, prepare for a strong attack." Chahu was about to nod. Lan, LUOU's teacher, frowned and said, "If we attack, everyone inside will die." "So what?" Yang Tao said coldly. "General Lan, you have made a choice and stood on the opposite side of those people." Chahu also said, "Lan, I know that you and your apprentice have a deep relationship because you and I also gave her a chance, but you also saw her choice." Lan was shocked and couldn't help but clenched his fists. After a moment, he slowly let go and lowered his head. Looking at Lan's reaction, Yang Tao's eyes were full of sneers. Human nature? It's ridiculous. General, there is an intruder. At this moment, a voice came from Chahu's intercom. It was his men. The three of them were startled at the same time. Intruder? Undoubtedly, this word was very strange. Send the image over here. Chahu spoke immediately. Soon, a figure appeared in front of the three of them and walked out of the forest. This person? Chahu's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help showing a surprised look. The target in the isolation zone. How could he suddenly appear here? On the side, Yang Tao's breathing became heavy, and he looked at Lee Su with an extremely greedy and eager look. As a biological genetic engineer, Lee Su's cells are more attractive to him than gold is to women. 100 times more attractive. If it weren't for the fact that seizing the base was related to whether he could conduct research freely in the future, catching this person would be his most urgent matter. He originally planned to wait until everything was over, but he didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to deliver it to his door. He couldn't help but speak with a trembling voice. "General Chahu, please help me. Capture him. Capture him anyway, preferably alive. A corpse is also fine, please." Looking at Yang Tao, Chahu didn't object. After all, after the base was captured, the person who would inherit Kileo's position in the future would undoubtedly be this crazy guy in front of him. It would be easier to do things if he made friends with him. If you want to capture him, I have to use your troops. Chahu thought about it and nodded in agreement. Although there was no way to determine the strength of the target, as long as it was a living creature, it would inevitably have an unsolvable weakness. Physical strength. No matter how strong the opponent is, the physical strength of a living creature is limited. No problem. Yang Tao nodded readily. I will let them go to the opponent's location. General Chahu will seize the opportunity to take action. That's fine. Chahu smiled slightly, turned around confidently, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Watching Chahu leave, Yang Tao turned his head and said to the former General Lan with anticipation, General Lan, I can leave the assault to you, right? Lan was slightly shocked and couldn't help but raise her head. When she met the other party's cold eyes, she lowered her head after a moment. She gritted her teeth. Maybe her feelings were complicated, but there was no turning back. Recalling the feeling of lying in bed day and night, she was obviously the strongest, and she had bought them time, but in the end, it was her, a useless person, who survived. The families of the dead weaklings not only did not feel grateful, but also came to insult her. She gave everything, but got nothing in return. Her disability became a huge joke. The weak are not worth protecting. They don't deserve it. Raising her head, Lan's eyes became firm. Although she was a woman, she was also a warrior who had experienced blood and fire. Once she made a decision, she would never look back, even if the one standing in front of her was her close disciple. Okay. Chapter 842. Who is the monster? Boom. With one punch, the armed men who attacked him were knocked away. Lee Su kept moving in a certain direction. The map had been conveyed to him by the other party through the drone when he came. This base has a total of 10 floors. He doesn't need to rescue people or go there to help. The old man's side has been defeated, and the remaining people have either retreated to the residential area on the 7th floor or are trapped somewhere. In other words, at this moment, all the people wandering around in the base are rebels. The situation is undoubtedly very bad. But for Lee Su, it is very good. At least he doesn't need to be too cautious, nor does he need to identify whether the other party is an enemy. Just kill him directly when you meet him. Of course, there are still targets. The main target is a person who killed Yang Tao, who is a biological genetic engineer. In this rebellion, his role can be said to be the greatest, and it is also the key to the success of such a large base. The rebels are obviously less than 1/5 of the total number, but they are almost the key to success. He turned people into monsters. Although the virus was quickly isolated, it was still too late. A large number of soldiers and a large number of civilians were directly transformed into terrible monsters. They are not afraid of death, pain, and are very crazy. As for the appearance, Lee Su tilted his head slightly and looked at the strange looking thing not far away. It's a bit like the G virus in Resident Evil. The degree of mutation is amazing, and the overall word ugly is prominent. For example, bones protrude to form an exoskeleton, and then the body becomes very large and grows bone spurs. When it saw Lee Su, it roared as expected, rumbling like a chariot, and ran directly towards Lee Su. The fishy wind covered the face, and the bloody mouth was white. The painting style was very scary. If the weapon in the hand was a pistol at this moment, plus there was no room for dodge in the corridor, any player would probably curse directly, and then couldn't help but spit wildly, and then couldn't help but start to doubt whether this game was Resident Evil or Prototype. Opening the opponent's claws, Lee Su stretched out his hand to pinch the opponent's head, which was almost 2 basketballs in size, and with a thud, pressed it directly into the wall beside him. Withdrawing his hand, looking at the thick mucus on his palm. It's not about whether it's strong or not, it's really disgusting. As an ordinary person, I have to give him a thumbs up for being able to come up with this kind of virus. But how should I put it? The madness is obvious, and the level is not at all. This is a genetic mutation. Although he knows nothing about genetic science, as the owner of the supreme flesh and blood, the moment he came into contact with it, he almost understood the situation inside. A complete failure. There is no control at all, and it is completely indulgent. Although it does have powerful strength and a terrible physique, other aspects are completely unbearable. Moreover, the bastard who invented this thing, does he really understand what he is doing? Looking at the virus on his palm, Lee Su couldn't help but frowned. It was very active. Although it was a world apart from him, it was quite invincible in this world. Once it spread out, it would be a complete disaster. No. Maybe the disaster has already happened, but he just doesn't know it. The pores opened slightly, and cells were spit out from his body. Although this thing posed no threat to him, it would not have much impact even if it spread. But he will live here for a while after all, and if they become like this, it will affect his mood too much. As the cells overflowed, they quickly grew small wings and flew around Lee Su, then opened their mouths and directly swallowed up all the viruses around him. After a slight feeling, Lee Su blinked his eyes. It's okay. In terms of nutrition, it is a little worse than radiation, but the virus itself is a kind of organism, a microorganism, which means that, even if it is small, it is all meat. The taste is undoubtedly much better than the tasteless radiation energy. Glancing at the thing he embedded in the wall, the virus in its body is being quickly eliminated. No, it should be said that it is being eaten up by Lee Su's cells. It's not a big problem to survive, but I don't know if this exoskeleton and the tumor can be eliminated. After all, this is a mutation, and the method Lee Su used is not to go back in time. It is difficult to grow back completely after something has happened. I'm afraid the guy who poisoned him has never thought about this problem. So, if he can't, wish him the best. Of course, it is estimated that he will not survive. Viruses are very nutritious, which means they have amazing energy. Without the virus, this body basically cannot support itself. Lee Su did not stop and continued to move forward. Anyway, after eating, his cells will come back by themselves, so there is no need to worry about not being eliminated completely. He walked slowly, as if he was shopping. When he encountered a mutated one, he embedded it into the wall, or into the floor, if there was no wall. There were also many armed soldiers. In more than half an hour, there were almost 2 teams of people. One team had about 10 people, all carrying weapons. For this kind of people, Lee Su did not stop. He did not stand still and wait for them to attack. He directly attacked in advance and shocked the people to death through the strange weapons. When he stood still, his expression was a little strange. Although he expected it, he could not help showing a strange look. The old man told him that the rebellion in the base was not a single person, but a group of people. As for the reason for the rebellion, it was also very simple: greed. This is not surprising. Human nature is often like this. Unless there is huge external pressure, pleasure is a choice of most people. However, they actually found such a crazy scientist to cooperate with. Did these people have their brains hit by a hammer? Although they looked fine, it seemed that they had taken something in advance to suppress the virus. That's right, it's not immunity, it's suppression. They also have the virus in their bodies, and there are quite a lot of them, but they are not active. In other words, once the virus wakes up, none of them can escape, and they will all become that kind of monster. For a moment, Lee Su couldn't help but think of a picture in his mind. A group of people shouted, "I want to be free like the wind," and then one after another jumped off the tall building. Brains are poisonous. This is asterisk asterisk asterisk. I have to say, teacher, you surprised me. At this moment, Yang Tao was looking at the tablet in his hand. I actually thought of calling for help in this way. The target couldn't come here inexplicably. After all, he didn't know the current situation of the base. Even if he knew that the base was here, he wouldn't rashly get involved. After all, he couldn't be sure that this was a real base, not a bait deliberately exposed. He was not stupid. Not long after Lan left, he immediately realized the problem. The launch silo is the only means currently controlled by your control center. The previous hydrogen bomb was launched at him, right? Yang Tao paused and couldn't help but chuckled. Teacher, your purpose should be to make us and him lose together. What a pity. As a human being he is indeed very strong, but facing my army. Before Yang Tao finished speaking, the voice of the old man Qi sounded from the tablet. For a scientist, the most terrible thing is blindness, because once blinded, you will become stupid. Yang Tao's eyes flashed, and a rare trace of anger and displeasure appeared on his face. He said in a cold voice, even if it has come to this, you are still as high and mighty as always, looking down on everything. My teacher, don't make an expression that everything is under your control, okay? This is disgusting, especially disgusting, okay? It was the same back then. Without saying a word, the decision was made to deprive me of everything I had. Teacher, this is the last time I call you that. Master Key, your plans and your ideas will all fail, a complete failure. That person will not be of any use, because from the moment I started the plan, no one in this world can stop me. Yang Tao opened his hands, his expression showing unprecedented excitement. Since Lord Qi feels that he still has a chance, there is still a possibility, then let's see how the person you have placed your thoughts on and your expectations on died tragically under my army. He raised his hand and lightly clicked, directly unlocking the control of the base's surveillance screen. At the same time, he fiddled with the tablet in his hand back and forth, and soon, pictures appeared in front of him, and in the control center. In an instant, everyone in the control center couldn't help but turn pale, and a trace of fear appeared in the depths of their eyes. Monsters, thousands, no, more than 30,000 deformed monsters, appeared in the picture. Did you see it, Master Key? This is what the base looks like now. This is the military force I have. With 30,000 mutants, facing this overwhelming army, who can stop it? Who can resist it? Yang Tao's face was filled with madness, and his pupils were burning with flames for his achievements. Master Key, how is it? How do you feel? By the way, these are just the beginning, just the lowest level troops. He tapped the tablet, and the screen changed, appearing in a huge room. There stood a huge monster that was 10 meters long. It looked extremely ferocious, with blood-red pupils, 2 heads, and scales all over its body. Its aura was extremely terrifying. This is the real complete form, weighing 40 tons, with an external skeleton comparable to that of alloy, sharp claws and teeth that can easily tear a mountain apart, strong resistance to all toxic radiation, and powerful regeneration ability. Lord Key, after you die, the base will launch an attack under my command, and completely take control of the world, completing what you have not been able to do in 1,000 years. In this way, Lord Key, do you still think you are superior to me? For the first time, the old man Key's old face showed an unprecedented solemnity. Yang Tao, never, ever let that thing out. You can't control it. Once it comes out, it will be an incredible disaster for the world. Haha, ha ha ha. Faced with the old man's words, Yang Tao couldn't help laughing, and there was only mockery and ridicule in his laughter. Master Key, that's not something you need to worry about. Now, let me destroy your last hope and let you witness the horror of biological genes. Quickly swiping the tablet, Yang Tao said softly, mutated beasts, move out, target the first floor, where the restaurant is, strangle all living things there. As his words fell, the next second, the 30,000 horrible mutant beasts that were motionless in the picture shook. They suddenly turned around. Their pupils emitted scarlet light, accompanied by a huge roar. People surged like a tide, and rushed towards the direction of the first floor. Asterisk 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 grumble. The first floor of the base should be the place where the people in the base eat. Lee Su couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows after kicking the last mutant monster in the restaurant unconscious. According to the stinky old man, this first person has the least monsters. The lower you go, the more. 10 floors, each floor is thousands of square meters. If you kill them all the way, how long will it take? According to the old man's calculations, there are probably tens of thousands of monsters in the entire base, not counting the rebels. Even if the response was timely, a large number of soldiers and some civilians were still infected by the virus. This is also the fundamental reason why there were only a few thousand traitors and the base with hundreds of thousands of people fell quickly. Lee Su was a little entangled. Is there any way to gather the monsters? Sound? The sound is not good. When he kicked a rebel to death before, the monster was just around the corner, but he didn't notice it until it came out and saw Lee Su. Then he reacted. This game, the physical sense is bad. What is the characteristic of Resident Evil? It is the surging crowd. When I watched the movie that year, the overwhelming zombies, just that momentum, made people feel tight in their hearts. Boom. 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 Just when Lee Su complained that these mutants were not moved by the sound and would not gather, the sound of the earth shaking rang out. It was footsteps, very heavy footsteps. The number, a lot. I'm afraid there are hundreds, no, thousands, no, tens of thousands. Standing there, Lee Soo was stunned for a moment and couldn't help showing a look of surprise on his face. Is this a crowd? Roar. A terrible roar sounded, and in an instant, the wall outside the restaurant was pushed down and crashed through. Densely packed, countless terrible monsters rushed in directly. There were too many, hundreds, thousands, and when they saw Lee Soo, the scarlet pupils appeared light, and countless monsters rushed directly towards Lee Soo. Facing this scene, at this moment, countless people in the entire base widened their eyes. As Yang Tao unlocked the surveillance, not only the command center, but also the completely blocked civilian area and the people hiding in the emergency isolation area at the edge of the base could see it. Yang Tao's words, the terrible military momentum, each one, undoubtedly impacted everyone's heart. When they saw the man in the restaurant, when they saw the terrible monster, everyone showed unprecedented fear. In the command center and the civilian area, many women couldn't help but close their eyes directly. His result, his end, no longer needed to be told. Everyone understood and knew it. He's dead. No matter how strong he is, he's dead. Facing such a terrifying number of monsters, even a general would surely die. Moreover, this man was not armed. Asterisk 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 in the restaurant, Lee Soo was startled at the mutant beasts that were roaring towards him. After all, he had just complained about not having a sense of the game, and now this thing was coming. The next second, he laughed. His feet shook suddenly, and terrible power erupted from his body. Flesh and blood are supreme, and the 99 mysterious arts were activated at the same time. Smoke ignited on Lee Soo's body, blood red smoke. He opened his palms, and white bones grew out of his palms, nearly 1 meter long. He raised his hips, twisted his waist, and swung his shoulders. Boom. 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 The terrifying white light broke the sound barrier. Standing in place, Lee Soo was almost blurred, and countless white lights were thrown out by him. Bang. No, it should be a bang bang bang. The frenzy formed by the mutant beasts exploded. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of terrifying mutant beasts were smashed to pieces by the bone spears thrown by Lee Soo, turning into a bloody rain. Ha. With a chuckle, Lee Soo took a step forward and rushed out of the restaurant and rushed into the terrifying group of mutant beasts. One by one, the terrifying bone spears exploded. Lee Soo walked along the way, and the mutant beasts were bleeding all the way. He directly followed the terrifying beast tide and killed them. Killing to excitement, killing to madness. Finally, as if something awakened, the crazy mutant beasts paused, their blood-red pupils widened, and the next second, they turned around and ran away. They were scared and terrified. The fearless and crazy mutant beasts could no longer bear the terrifying existence in front of them. The fear of lower life for higher life came from life, cells, and the depths of the soul. Lee Soo, who was ready to throw the bone spear again, froze on the spot when facing this scene, and the bloodthirsty smile on his face solidified. Can you imagine a group of zombies being scared away by a living person? Fuck, what are you running for? Run. Lee Soo couldn't help but curse and quickly chased after them. These things were very problematic. Although they didn't matter to him, they were too lethal to others. He killed as many as he could. Looking at Lee Soo, who was shouting and chasing after them. At this moment, the whole base was silent as death. Who the hell was the monster? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 843. The whole person feels comfortable. How is it possible? How is it possible? How can humans do such a thing? Looking at the corpses on the ground in the picture, Yang Tao almost went crazy. His most proud achievement, his most confident military force. Surprisingly, it was killed by just one person. How many? Thousands? Tens of thousands? All the way past, there were densely packed, countless corpses, not a single intact one. In the huge corridor, there was only one footstep, which sounded softly, stomping on everyone's heart. and the one who made the sound was the existence that was like a demon and a god in everyone's heart at that moment. Too strong. To be honest, are those mutants weak? Really not weak. In comparison, they are even stronger than the level 1 warrior, that is, the Qianlong that Li Su met at the beginning. With a crowd of 30,000, if it were someone else, even 10 generals, they would probably be drowned by the sea of people and torn to pieces under the terrible crowd. This is where Yang Tao's confidence lie. This is also the reason why they can fully contribute to the base, even though there are not many people. Unfortunately, they met Li Su. This unreasonable existence, the supreme flesh and blood gave him superhuman control, recovery, and physical strength. The 9-9 mysterious art strengthened his strength, his defense, and his speed. When he was in the Tai realm, he was a bug. Now that the extraordinary is extinguished, he is still a bug. He is like a super boss in the game. Maybe in the game, you can rely on settings, mechanisms, and a number of people to grind and defeat the boss. But he won't. Not only will he ignore your provocation and hit your weakest defense, he will also target your weaknesses to hit. Basically every move is a critical hit, and every move is a range kill. Powerful, fast, and bottomless physical strength, it prioritizes attacking weaknesses. How to fight this kind of boss? The strongest strategy group is here. I'm afraid they will have to smash the keyboard. Therefore, facing Li Su, don't even think about fighting in a group. The only way is to go to a strong man who can fight him head on, preferably one with a higher realm. Otherwise you may run out of mana when you fight, but the other party will still have full blood. Yang Tao's face was full of fear and disbelief. He couldn't help but swing his limbs meaninglessly, trying to grab something to make himself feel at ease. But after waving for a long time, there was nothing. He screamed and fell to the ground in a state of extreme loss of composure. His legs were weak. Facing such a terrifying thing, even if he was a scientist, he was crazy enough, but he was still a human being, not crazy enough to not make any compromises and not fear life and death. He couldn't help but shout, "Where is Chahu? Where is Chahu?" Oh, there is also a general level strong man. Very strong, very strong. He had seen with his own eyes that a general in armed uniform smashed a reinforced concrete wall several meters behind with one punch. That was a real Superman, an absolute strong man. Asterisk 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 damn it, damn it, damn it. On the third floor, General Chahu, the strongest fighting force of the base, who was highly expected by Yang Tao, was running madly, but he was not approaching, but fleeing at a high speed. At this moment, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. His face turned blue, his eyes were as big as copper bells, and the horror on his distorted face was as if he had experienced a great terror. The situation was originally good, and he had already begun to imagine the base being completely ruled by them, and the future life. As a result, he turned around and was hit in the chest by a hammer, and his heart almost stopped. Li Su may not have shown strong power, not exceeding the general level, and was much weaker than Chahu. However, for more than 10 minutes, the physical strength of 15,000 mutants, from beginning to end, did not decrease at all. For a human with limited physical strength, what a terrifying thing this is. How could he not weaken? How could his strength not decrease? General Chahu was not only observing the other party, he had actually been spying on him for a long time. When he first saw Li Su's big explosion, he couldn't help but sneer. After all, with such an explosion, how long can he last without being armed? People are not perpetual motion machines. After 3 minutes, Chahu's expression began to stiffen. How come he didn't feel tired after such a large amount of exercise? After 5 minutes, Chahu's expression began to stiffen. How come he didn't feel his breath drop after such a crazy fight? After 8 minutes, Chahu ran away without hesitation, without even trying to attack. Because among the mutants, there appeared a particularly powerful mutant. Its predecessor should have been a first-level warrior. It mutated too violently, and its strength far exceeded that of others. Although it was also pierced through the body by Li Su's strange spear, it did not die, but only blew out a hole as big as a human head. Then it rushed up. For the first time, it approached Li Su and launched an attack. He saw clearly that Lee Su was beaten to pieces by the opponent's punch, and of course the mutant's head was smashed by Lee Su's spear. At this moment, Chahu thought that his chance had come and was ready to attack. However, the next second, he saw that the flesh and blood tissue grew out of the torn part of Lee Su, and the huge wound recovered in less than a breath. Not only that, even though half of his kidney was shattered, his figure was not affected at all. Because of his killing intent, the other party found him, raised his head, and looked at him. At that moment, Chahu's heart collapsed. It's not that he has never experienced blood and fire, nor has he never experienced life and death. His heart has long been polished to be extremely hard and shining. But when his eyes met, Chahu found that his heart was cold, every cell was screaming, and his soul couldn't help but wail. He was afraid, and his courage was destroyed. Even when facing a 10-meter class Tyrannosaurus, he was full of confidence, but just a look broke him. That's not a human. That's a devil, a devil. So far, the base rebels, the Supreme Commander, collapsed. Lee Su touched his cheek after nailing a mutant to the wall. Obviously, he didn't know that his short 10-minute fight had directly scared the rebel commander, but he was very troubled. It became troublesome. Although he chased them for a long time, there were too many mutants. Even if he used his hands and feet, he could only kill about half of them. That is about 15,000. You can't say that Lee Su didn't work hard. He worked very hard. More than 10,000 people, less than 10 minutes. On average, he killed 25 people per second. When the supernormal was extinguished, he was undoubtedly a well-deserved meat grinder, a super meat grinder. But even so, a full half of them still escaped. The only good thing is that they ran down and couldn't run out, spreading the virus. The bad thing is that this base is very big, quite big. It's very troublesome to kill them all when the supernormal is extinguished. By the way, I just felt a sight. The breath is similar to that of that woman, the general level in the base, right? One of the targets to be cleared. But why did that guy run away? He turned around and disappeared. Fortunately, although Lee Su is strong, he is not crushing the armed general. On the contrary, he is at a disadvantage in terms of strength and speed. It is still a headache to fight. At that moment, Lee Su thought he was going to be in a tough battle. But the result was unexpected, which surprised Lee Su. As the person involved, he obviously couldn't understand how terrible the pressure he put on the bystanders was. Forget it, I can't figure it out, I don't want to think about it. Touching his chin, Lee Su began to think about what to do next. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but sigh. It became troublesome. What's wrong with the general level? The mutants have learned to escape. It's too much effort for him to chase them one by one. Let's go to the civilian area. Remember that there should be many soldiers there. After taking down the arsenal, although he promised the old man, he can't do it alone, right? Synthesize some viruses that weaken the effect of the virus and let them solve it themselves. It's much simpler than killing them layer by himself, isn't it? Very good. So happy to decide. Lee Su clapped his hands, and his steps immediately became relaxed and happy. Sure enough, this person has to vent whenever he has nothing to do. Don't keep anything in your heart. It's too uncomfortable. For example, after venting this time, the anger of being almost killed by the hydrogen bomb was immediately gone, and he directly entered the sage state, and instantly felt that the world had become beautiful again. Well, it's not easy to vent yourself. I recommend that you find an open place to scream, if you really can't. It will definitely work. By the way, don't yell like this on your balcony. If you want to go to an open square. Anyway, it's best to go to a place where there are no acquaintances. It's okay, the other party will think you are crazy and dare not approach you. People are kind and reasonable, so they usually avoid crazy people who don't know where they come from, but they will definitely not accept crazy people next door. Chapter 844 A Treat. He came to the 4th floor leisurely, in a relatively relaxed mood. This is one of Lee Su's destinations, the civilian area, not just here. From the 4th floor to the 9th floor, all of them. As for the weapons depot, it is upstairs. Of course, it's not a big problem. After all, no matter how you look at it, it's easier than him slowly finding the target in such a large base. No one. After scanning the surroundings and making sure that there was no one around or a mutant monster, Lee Su walked to the entrance of the civilian area. There were many traces on the door. Some places could still feel some residual heat, and it was obvious that they were breaking the door not long ago and trying to break in. Facing this scene, Lee Su was not only a little strange. Where are the people? He didn't know that, in order to show his strength, one of the commanders, Yang Tao, temporarily cancelled the control of the surveillance so that everyone could see the battle between Lee Su and those mutants. Facing the scene, where the general level Chahu was frightened and his mentality collapsed, how much better could those soldiers be? They had experienced the power of mutants. Even when several soldiers were fully armed and faced a mutant, they couldn't help but feel cold in their hearts. Horrible appearance, terrible power, and fearlessness. It can be said that except for Lee Su, no one would not be afraid of such a crowd. Therefore, after a battle, it was not only the commander who collapsed, but also the morale of the army, and it was the kind that could not be saved. The enemy was about to come down, and they were his targets, who could remain stable. In other words, the base was too big, and these soldiers were arranged in more important places. After all, although mutants were terrible, they were obviously not smart, and had a great destructive effect. It was obviously not possible to maintain order. Otherwise, if there were more than 100,000 or 200,000 people, Lee Su would not have come all the way without encountering anyone. So, Lee Su encountered a problem. After all, this door was very thick and hard. It took too much effort to break through by force, which was also a problem for Lee Su. For example, the door was not broken, right? Can it still be opened? For example, the people inside can't see the situation outside, right? Can they communicate? If it develops like that, it will definitely be a very troublesome situation for Lee Su. After all, the gate in front of him is obviously made of alloy, and the thickness is very terrible. It was broken for almost 5 meters without penetrating. It is estimated that it must be at least 8 meters, or even 10 meters. It is definitely a thankless task to break it with flesh and blood alone, even if Lee Su is very strong. Asterisk 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 of course, it is not just Lee Su who has problems, but also the base. Although Yang Tao is very out of control, and his emotions are almost out of control, he still quickly cut off the video. This is not calmness, but the instinct for survival. This cut is very critical. As a result, the people on Kileo's side became blind, and could not know the situation outside. This time the rebellion was not just sudden and simple, but also fast and accurate. It hit the key of the base accurately, directly making Kileo and others unable to control everything, except the hydrogen bomb silo. Completely became a blind man. This is why Kileo did not hesitate to launch the nuclear bomb and launch it towards Lee Su, because they alone could not retake the base, and a third party had to be involved. Therefore, facing this result, Kileo himself was also very confused. Although everyone in the command center looked at him with admiration and admired his foresight and his precise counterattack, but Kileo himself was undoubtedly in a buzzing state. He thought Lee Su was very strong, and he also thought that the other party might be the key to breaking the base. But he had never thought of this kind of dominance and overwhelming power. Only ghosts could predict such things. Lee Su's cells only made him sure that Yang Tao's tricky virus had little effect on him. The other party survived under his offensive, making him sure that if Yang Tao and others wanted to kill him, it would be very difficult. For this reason, he was also prepared. Turned the battlefield into a chase and a melee. Through Lee Su, he attracted the attention of Yang Tao and others, and delayed time for the base. This was his real plan. The reinforcements were actually on the way, but they lacked time, because they were too far away. The old man didn't think about relying on Lee Su alone to suppress the rebellion and rescue the base. It's not that he didn't know how to do it, but he didn't dare to think about it. After all, for the people in this world, they know very well that human power has its limits. Even if a person is strong, facing many enemies and powerful armed forces, he will still be crushed by numbers. But I didn't expect Lee Su to be so powerful that he directly broke Yang Tao's biochemical army. As a result, he couldn't keep up with the subsequent plans he wanted to carry out. Not only that, Yang Tao obviously understood what would happen if he let Li Su, the devil, get in touch with Kileo and others. At this moment, he was trying his best to stop it, not giving Kileo the opportunity to regain control, and in turn buying time for himself. This made Kileo, who was used to others being unreliable and taking one step and looking 3 steps ahead, very uncomfortable. For the first time in his life, he realized that, because the cards in his hand were too useful, he ended up with no way out. Facing the completely black screen and the dilemma of being unable to contact the outside world, although the old man Key's face was calm at this moment, his mood was called fuck. He understood Li Su's deterrence too well. After all, if it were him, facing Li Su's situation, there would probably be only one result, and his head would be buzzing. To use the ancient saying to describe it, this is called 1 force defeats 10 skills. In the face of absolute power, any plan is meaningless. Therefore, he can basically think of what Yang Tao and the others will do. Escape. Facing a person like Li Su, it is meaningless to fight back. Even if all of them go up, the final result is nothing more than going up to die. After all, the passage to the outside of the base is not the only one that Li Su came in. But now he has no way to contact the outside, which is undoubtedly very uncomfortable for Kileo. It's not that he can't clean up the door. After all, even if it was his original plan, he didn't expect to be able to take down Yang Tao and others in one fell swoop after the reinforcement came. The other side has general level strongmen and terrible biochemical troops. Forcing them back is already the maximum limit that can be achieved at present. What he was worried about at the moment was the rescue team. If Yang Tao and his men ran away, and the rescue team ran into Li Su, the result would be unimaginable. But going out, not to mention other places, it is definitely not possible here in the control center. Not to mention that the other party immediately destroyed it after realizing that this was the real emergency center, making the elevator unusable, and it was obviously impossible to open the door and go out. Because if it were the old man himself, he would not hesitate to leave a team of biochemical soldiers to block the door. Even if there were no biochemical soldiers, the door would be full of viruses. Once the door was opened, they would all die inside. Thinking of this, although the old man was still calm on the surface, his heart had already been numb. If he had known this earlier, he should have sent the other party all the information about the base, instead of just giving a topographic map. Asterisk 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 let's go. After a long period of fear, Yang Tao stood up with a pale face. He was very scared, but he was more afraid of death. It was impossible to seize the base. The existence of that devil, in the current situation, could not be resisted at all. At this moment, beside him, whether it was General Chahu or former General Lan, both of them had pale expressions. After that battle, both of them came here. What base to seize, what future plans, at this moment, were directly blasted to pieces by Li Su. How to escape from the hands of that devil is the only thought of every wise person at this moment. Hearing that they were leaving, a group of people couldn't help but relax. After all, the terrible scene, even now, just thinking about it, can't stop the body from trembling. If it weren't for the fact that even if they surrendered, the subsequent liquidation of the base would be a dead end, they really wanted to surrender directly. Unfortunately, the regulations of the base are very strict, and there is almost no mercy for things like rebellion, let alone rules. You have to know that many people died because of their behavior, and they can't let them live, even if they are appeased. Not continuing to confront that devil is already their only desire at this moment. But the next second, after they breathed a sigh of relief, many people showed a blank look on their faces. Leave. It's easy to say. But where are they going? Even Chahu was a little confused at this moment. His goal was to become the king and enjoy privileges. He had never thought about failure, or this kind of failure. As for Lan, she lowered her head, and didn't say a word from beginning to end. She had hatred and regret. Because of unwillingness and anger, she chose this path. But she didn't expect that it would be such a result. Yang Tao gritted his teeth. Although he was afraid and terrified, his eyes were not dead. The reason was very simple. He still had a trump card. Yes, the biochemical man failed, but he still had the biochemical dinosaur. There is no doubt that compared with the biochemical man, The horror of the biochemical dinosaur is really terrible. Tens of thousands of biochemical men can also be killed by his biochemical dinosaurs. Go to the 330 base. Hearing Yang Tao's words, Chahu's grey eyes suddenly showed a glimmer of spirit. He knew that Yang Tao's biochemical virus was successfully researched there. The biochemical man was just one of the results, but it was by no means the biggest result. Therefore, they still have a chance. Thinking of his biochemical dinosaurs, Yang Tao seemed to have regained his confidence at this moment. His eyes flashed with cold light. There is still a chance. We still have people in the base. Let's go to 331st and accumulate strength there. When there are enough biochemical dinosaurs, we will come back to kill them. General Chahu, I remember getting a lot of small nuclear devices in the armory. That's right. General Chahu, you sit to destroy the launch silo. Also, General Lan, take your men to the outer tower and blow up the low frequency sound wave tower as well. Without the launch silo, the base's strongest spearhead will be gone, and the low frequency sound wave tower is the fundamental reason for driving away the dinosaurs outside and making them hate to approach the base. Once destroyed, countless dinosaurs will soon run to the base. With them, we will undoubtedly buy a lot of time. Seeing the two nod, Yang Tao took a deep breath, only to look down at Li Su in front of the entrance to the civilian area on the 4th floor. Lord Qi, I have to say that you are really amazing. Under such circumstances, you found such a terrible existence and turned the tables. But next time, it won't be like this. Soon, my biochemical dinosaurs will come to take back everything. This day won't be too far away. Yang Tao gritted his teeth and waved his hand, saying, let's go. A group of people silently entered the elevator that had been controlled long ago. As the door closed, they left the base that they had almost taken over. Chapter 845 for tomorrow. Old Key. Almost half a day had passed, and the command center, which was isolated from the outside world, finally restored its communication function. Old Man Key heard the voice, and at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief, but also a little nervous. What's the situation outside? The situation is very bad. The communication equipment is almost completely destroyed, and so far it has only barely restored the communication function. The base's energy supply equipment has also been destroyed, and it will take a long time to repair it. There are also launch silos, low frequency sound wave towers, base defense turrets, etc., all destroyed very thoroughly. Just repairing it will probably take several months. Not only that, there are a large number of viruses and biochemical people in the base. Before they are cleaned up, there is no way to repair them smoothly. Although he was forced to abandon the base, Yang Tao destroyed the entire base in all directions when he left. Obviously, he really wanted to buy time for himself and others to escape. Listening to the reports from outside, not to mention the other people in the control center, even Old Key himself was quite troubled. As a scientist, Yang Tao is very good, at least in terms of destroying the base. He showed amazing talent. The old man Key took a deep breath and accepted it calmly. These were basically within his expectations. After all, if he were Yang Tao, he would do the same. Compared with this, the old man was more concerned about Li Su. Where is Huang Long? You came here, didn't you fight with the outsiders? No, General Huang is now leading the all-out efforts to encircle and eliminate the remaining biochemicals in the base. There are quite a few left in the base, and the total number is probably more than 10,000. The old man Key couldn't help but let out a sigh. These few hours were undoubtedly very difficult for him. The most feared thing was that Li Su would fight with the reinforcement he called, resulting in unnecessary casualties. Where is the outsider? Key couldn't help but ask. That lord left. Lord. Everyone was stunned. It's still that Old Key has foresight and directly asked that lord to come to rescue. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be able to communicate with Old Key now. No conflict, that's good. Key Leo breathed a sigh of relief, then frowned. Huang Long went to clean up the biochemical people. Does he know about those biochemical people, especially the virus that caused them to be infected? Thanks to that adult, before he left behind a vaccine that can fight that virus, and also made antibodies that suppress the activity of the biochemical virus and reduce its strength. The cleanup went smoothly. So far, we have strangled more than 3,000 heads. Now, General Huanglong is heading to where you are, Kileo, and plans to rescue you first. The old man was stunned for a moment, and at this moment he finally relaxed completely. Although the rest is still a mess, at least there is no worry for a short time. Undoubtedly, all this is thanks to that person. If he hadn't been willing to take action, this time it would probably be really dangerous. Once they fall here, even if Huanglong comes with reinforcement, I'm afraid nothing can be changed. Whether it is the base's armed forces or Yang Tao's virus, it is undoubtedly fatal to the reinforcement. Not only that, he took the initiative to leave directly after driving away the rebellion. Although he saved the base and everyone. But it is obvious that at this time, an outsider staying in the base may be great for that first, but after a long time, they will also feel uneasy and afraid, and start to think and guess. For example, the wolf was driven away, but the tiger was invited? After all, Li Su's performance was too amazing. Although it is ungrateful to say so, this is human nature. As a result, after solving the rebellion and the virus, the other party left directly, which is undoubtedly a good thing for the base. At least, there will be no rift between the two sides because of that idea. The next time we meet, I must apologize for my previous behavior. He is undoubtedly a very powerful person who can understand people's hearts. Thinking of this, the old monkey couldn't help but sigh softly, feeling a little guilty. After all, it is estimated that he will be busy for a while, and he can't help the other party in a short time, although it should be understandable from the character shown by the other party. It's really troublesome. Asterisk 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 at the same time, outside the base, Li Su, who retreated, sat on a hill not far away. He didn't go far. After killing several large dinosaurs that approached, the tallest of which was even 5 meters, he started a barbecue in the wild. While grilling, he looked in the direction of the base. Personnel rescue, virus cleaning, biochemical cleaning, base overhaul. As the nouns kept popping up in his mind one after another, Li Su couldn't help blinking his eyes, quite impressed with himself. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I would be entangled in the affairs of the base, and one head would be bigger than two. Gentle and considerate? It's a joke. With the current situation of this broken base, if you really intervene, you will definitely make yourself uncomfortable. Isn't it nice to sit in the wild and barbecue? It's already very troublesome to help them quell the rebellion and solve the virus crisis. Okay. After the thought fell, Li Su directly set his eyes on the fragrant roasted dinosaur meat, sniffed it, and when he was sure it was cooked, he immediately took it off and chewed it. That's right. He collected a lot of energy in the battle in the base. I'm about to burst. Don't underestimate those viruses. They are very destructive, and each of them contains extremely amazing energy. So many of them were destroyed and devoured by him, and at this moment, billions of cells in his body are undoubtedly in a highly saturated state. In order to avoid indigestion due to overeating, Li Su is not really idle and lazy. The 99 mysterious art has been activated by him, and is strengthening himself with all his strength. Feeling the situation in his body at this moment, Li Su not only feels that the leader of the rebel army in this base is a biological expert, which is really great. So much nutrition, at least save him more than a year of effort. It seems that the other party ran away, and when he left, he was able to destroy the launch silo. In other words, the other party may not give up, and such a thing should happen again in the near future, which means that he can collect a batch of such high protein viruses at that time. Thinking of this, Li Su's eyes can't help but get a little hot. If you calculate it this way, he may be able to practice the 99 mysterious art of Pangu Saint to some extent. After all, he was not interested before, and the main reason was that there were no extraordinary particles in this world. If he relied on meat alone, it would take hundreds or thousands of years. He couldn't wait for such a long time. Although there was radiation in this world that could be used as his energy source, the main body of that thing was energy, which was different from the nutrition of flesh and blood. Eating too much was not very friendly to cells, and could easily cause indigestion. Viruses were different. They were essentially very close to cells, and could fully replenish all the energy needed by cells. This was also the reason why he dared to speed up his practice at this moment, so that cells would not deteriorate due to excessive practice. Of course, he had to pay attention, to rest and give cells time to recover. For example, at this moment, Lee Su was basically in a state where half of his cells were frantically practicing the 9-9 mysterious art to strengthen themselves, and the other half were in deep sleep. Through the 24-hour shift method, his own cells were maintained at the best practice effect. Although the strengthening effect was reduced to 90%, on average, it was still much faster than going all out. Therefore, while happily eating with oil dripping from his mouth, he began to look forward to the next surprise from the rebel leader while practicing non-stop. On one hand, he wished he could become two people. He was busy and almost crazy, and at the same time, he had to worry about the subsequent plans of those who escaped, as well as the response to the subsequent crisis. Although, the mood was different. However, both sides were undoubtedly fighting for their own future. Chapter 846. You lied to your child too? 1 month. A whole month. Lee Su and Old Man Ki met again. It was a hot month. Lee Su gained 3 tons, while Old Man Ki lost at least 20 kilograms. When they met again, they were both stunned. Before, the old man looked slightly thin, but now he looked almost skinny, right? Although he knew that the other party must have had a very painful time in the past 30 days. After all, the situation at the base was too serious. Even Lee Su was shocked. Before he left a lot of cells to help the other party eliminate the virus. These cells are alive. If you look at them under a microscope, you will find that they are almost equivalent to countless plankton. Therefore, when they are full, they will come back to Lee Su along the passage. In a whole month, Lee Su was full several times. Thanks to their relationship, the 9-9 mysterious art was greatly advanced by him, and the effect was gratifying. The most obvious change was the change in weight. Although he did not gain weight, his actual weight had exceeded 5 tons. Moreover, this record was still increasing rapidly. According to the content of the 9-9 mysterious art, when the weight reaches 10 tons, his 9-9 mysterious art physical body chapter is considered to be the entry. The entry here does not refer to the degree of mastery of the art, but to the realm. It can be regarded as the foundation. In the world of the extraordinary extinction, completing the foundation is definitely an extremely extraordinary thing. It is worthy of being the Taoism of the Pangu Saint, and it is indeed extraordinary. Recently, the shits are amazing. They are still very soft when they come out. After cooling, they are comparable to fine iron. It has to be said that it is very magical. Facing this scene, Lee Su was very surprised. You know, he has not had the behavior of eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating for a long time. After coming to this world, although he ate a lot, his digestive power was so amazing. As a result, after a month, although it is still different from normal people, it is about once every 10 days on average. There are so many things that he can't digest, which is really beyond his expectations. Of course, I'm also very grateful to the people in the base for their selfless dedication. A large number of viruses and a large number of biochemical people are all because of their diligent search, so that Lee Su can harvest a lot. Well, back to the topic. The old man looked very bad. He could imagine what the other party had been like in the past month. After thinking for a while, Lee Su said, "It seems that the situation is not very good." Not very good. It was terrible. For the first time in his life, Kileo regretted why he didn't strangle his disciples' thoughts earlier. What he learned from him, and from the base, was used by the other party in the base without hesitation. The 7th floor of the power facilities was destroyed, the 8th floor of the communication facilities was destroyed, and various infrastructures were seriously damaged. At first, he thought it was only the core that was destroyed. After going out and seeing the scene, the old man Ki wanted to drag Yang Tao out and shoot him 20 times. Not to mention that the hidden wires in the base were destroyed by the other party. Some places looked good on the outside, but in fact they were a mess inside. What's more, there was a situation of electric leakage. The inspection of the line was fine, but once the power was turned on, both sides burned together. How long did it take for the other party to fail and escape? It is impossible to do so many things. In other words, these hidden dangers were arranged a long time ago, and the bastard was ready to fail. Add to that the launch silo and the destruction of the low frequency sonic tower. To be honest, if there was a choice, the old man would probably abandon the base without hesitation. Although he was a little surprised that after not seeing him for a month, the outsider in front of him was getting more and more uddy, as if he had been promoted several levels. After hearing about the situation in his base, Keeleo undoubtedly forgot about this matter immediately, and the whole person was gritting his teeth. It can be said that, if he hadn't been unable to let go of the base's affairs at the moment, he really wanted to lead the troops out, find that bastard, and kill him. His death is not enough to appease the public anger. Looking at the old man's expression, Lee Su's eyes flashed, and a hint of vigilance appeared in the depths of his eyes. This old guy obviously hasn't finished the work of the base, but now he took the initiative to let the drone come to find him. However, contrary to Lee Su's expectation, the old man did not ask him for help, but said, "After a month of busy work, I have finally sorted out a lot. Although there are still many problems, there are other reasons for contacting you today." Lee Su was stunned. "Other reasons? Sir?" Lee Su waved his hand and said directly, "Just call me Lee Su. I'm not as old as you." He had heard a lot of information about the old man Key in the past month. For example, although this old man's martial arts value is not high, his age is really not young, and he has lived for more than 1,000 years. Not counting the world fragments, Lee Su's actual age is only about 20 years old. It is indeed not as old as the other party. The old man smiled, nodded, and said with a serious expression, "Then Lee Su, I contacted you today, mainly because of the flood. Lee Su was stunned. After all, this word is very common. However, the other party specifically told him that there was only one thing he could associate with it. That was the information in the other party's notebook not long ago. It was just a rough mention in it, saying that there was a terrible flood in this world. Once it came, it would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Old man, the flood you are talking about, which flood do you mean?" "Yes." The old man nodded, then couldn't help but sighed, with a wry smile on his face. "When it rains, it pours, and good things come hard, but bad things come hard. Originally, under normal circumstances, floods basically occur once every 100 years. Every time they occur, there are signs. But this time is different. There are still 40 years before the 100 years, but the signs have already appeared. Once the signs appear, it won't take long, 3 months at the slowest, and about half a year at the fastest." Hearing this, Lee Su frowned slightly. This timing is indeed quite bad. Once 100 years, it actually happened 40 years in advance. For the people in this world, it would probably be quite troublesome. I don't know how big this flood is, and how many days it will last. In addition, floods are more related to rain. The longer the rainstorm lasts, the longer the flood will last. There should be no such rainstorm here, but this world itself is very wrong. It is not surprising that it lasts for several days or more than a month. Otherwise, it would not be said to be a disaster. Just as Lee Su was thinking, the old man's voice continued to come. "Once this flood comes, the world will be covered by floods for several years or even more than 10 years. Lee Su was stunned when he heard this. Damn, floods are measured in years. Repair the base, deal with the traitors, and prepare food when the flood comes." The old man sighed deeply and said helplessly, "I'm really sorry. I have already promised to help with all my strength. Please give us some time for this matter. Wait until this flood is over. The damage caused by the traitors to the base is too serious. The central computer storing information is seriously damaged, and there is no way to deal with it. Wait until this flood is over?" Lee Su was shocked. "After the flood is over, the flowers will wither, right? He only has a few months in total, and he has to go to the world fragments in the middle. Where can he have so much time to wait for a flood that will take several years or even more than 10 years to end?" If he could wait, Lee Su would never cooperate with the old man after being attacked for the first time, no matter how hard he tried. Because he couldn't wait, because he was anxious to get out, he had no choice but to cooperate with him for the detailed information of this world and the information in his hands. But now he was told that he had to wait for more than 10 years. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su quickly calmed down and got to the point directly. "If we don't consider the traitor, what about the food problem? After all, compared with the central computer, the traitor and food are related to the survival of the base." He can't ask the other party to ignore his life and death, right? So, now there is only one way, he will die. The old monkey was stunned for a moment. If this is the case, it will take at most 1.5 months. Wait, Mr. Lee Soo, the base has caused you a lot of trouble. We owe you a huge favor. We will definitely do what we promised you. For you, more than 10 years is not a problem. We can also provide you with accommodation. Lee Soo's face turned pale, and he interrupted the other party and made a decision directly. What nonsense. By the way, give me a set of your weapons and some people from the army. It shouldn't be used to repair the computer. Leave some people to protect you. I will solve the food problem for you first, and then the traitors. The old man will focus on repairing the computer for me. Okay, that's it. Let someone come over. After saying that, Lee Soo directly cut off the communication. Seeing the communication hung up, the old monkey turned around and smiled at the base control center. His face was no longer solemn before. See, isn't it solved? Listening to the old man's words, the people around couldn't help but take a deep breath and looked at their leader with admiration. Awesome. Old Key, you are cheating him like this, aren't you afraid of him? On the side, Luou's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but say. Old Key looked at Luou in surprise. Child, don't talk nonsense. How did I cheat him? I just told him the current situation. If he doesn't want to, he can choose to wait. Isn't this called cheating? Many people couldn't help but jump again and again, pushing their own problems to the other party, letting the other party take the initiative to do hard labor, and even called it the other party's choice. No reward, things for free, and finally only what was promised at the beginning. Sold and helped count the money, pure and innocent. This is. On the other side, after the call was hung up, Lee Soo was silent for a while, and his little face froze, and in an instant it was as black as charcoal. He recalled on the spot and immediately became furious. As smart as he is, he doesn't understand what the other party is really doing. Fuck. This old thing, he actually got me for free. In an instant, Lee Soo wanted to call home and curse. How could you have the heart to lie to my child? You are such a piece of shit. Chapter 847 Armed. Lee Soo was very angry and wanted to call and curse someone, but he stopped when his hand reached the drone. This matter was considered an open conspiracy. There was no way, because it was he who couldn't wait, not the other party. In other words, he had decided to do this matter, and he had no choice but to do it. The more he thought about it, the angrier and more unhappy he became. However, just when Lee Soo was looking angry and seeing the result in front of him, the drone was connected again. The weapons you want are ready. I will let Luou send them to you soon. She will cooperate with you. You have met twice. The old man's voice came from the drone, indicating that it had been prepared according to his requirements. Listening to the old man's words, Lee Soo couldn't help but grind his teeth. Unfortunately, he couldn't say anything, even cursing back. After all, it was not the other party who asked him for something, but he who asked the other party for something. It was too rude to curse at this moment. After all, he was the one who took the initiative to promise it. Indeed, the other party had thrown his own problems to him. But some things depend on the situation. Obviously, with so many things piled up together, it is impossible to handle them in the current situation of the base. Even if you scold the other party for a long time, what else can you do except vent your anger? Say I don't care, this is what you promised me? But is this meaningful? No. The final result is probably only one. The egg is broken, and the chicken flies away. Lee Soo nodded, and said nothing more. At this moment, he could see people walking out of the base, led by the woman he had met twice, and they were heading towards where he was. How much food do you want? If possible, about 800,000 tons. Lee Soo frowned, thought for a while and said, does it include bones? Or count the meat alone? The old man was stunned for a moment and said directly, with bones, we have a way to deal with it here. Nodding, Lee Soo lowered his head and began to think 800,000 or tons. This number is not small. Fortunately, there are creatures like dinosaurs in this world, and they are relatively large. A 5-meter long one weighs about 10 tons. 80,000 heads are almost enough. Otherwise, if it were a pig weighing 300 kilograms, Lee Soo would really have a headache for half a night. Suddenly, Lee Su's eyes were a little wrong. The capacity of that base should not exceed 300,000 people. Now there is a rebellion and many people have died. The current population is only about 23 or 24, at most 800,000 tons. Even if each person consumes 1 pound a day, it is definitely enough to eat until the flood is over. And, think about it carefully. What is the purpose of those traitors? Destroy the base? No, they want to seize power and become the king here. It is reasonable to destroy some infrastructure and launch silos. It is to buy time for themselves to blow up the granary. If these people fight back, even if there is no flood, these people will have to go out hunting to feed the people in the base, and they will enjoy the rule of the club. Therefore, they can't destroy the granary of the base. In addition, they are in a hurry to leave. There are so many things to destroy before leaving. Where do they have time to find a granary? After all, anyone with a little common sense knows that food is the most important thing for survival. It is impossible to put them all together, and they will inevitably be divided. Putting them all together will also facilitate storage and transportation. Considering that the flood came ahead of schedule, the other party might not have had their food destroyed, but that they were not well prepared. Thinking of this, he glanced at the old man. Lee Su had a half smile on his face and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Haha, there is really a lot missing. There is really a lot of meat missing." The corners of the old man's mouth twitched, and his old face blushed slightly. He also understood that once he said the specific number, the other party would not be able to not make associations. The gap is too big, a full 800,000 tons, more than 10 years of food. Unless the rebels plan to start with food from the beginning, it would be impossible to lose so much. You know, what they want is a coup, not destruction. This is illogical. The conversation did not continue. Luou arrived. She came very quickly, one step ahead of the group of people behind, and came to Lee Su, a full 20 kilometers ahead. Lee Su did not intend to continue to pursue it. After all, if he wanted the other party to go all out to help him, it was acceptable to pay some. Luou's eyes were a little complicated at this moment. She was rescued through the other party's cells. After General Huang Long cleared the viruses and cyborgs outside the control center, he brought a tube of Lee Su's regenerative cells. She was severely injured by Kaihu and almost dying, but she was pulled back from the edge of the cliff. Unexpectedly, the person who finally saved the base from the hands of the traitor would be the outsider in front of him. Here, this is the base weapon. It has been unlocked. Luou handed the box he brought to Lee Su. The base weapon can provide people with extraordinary particles, treasure. Lee Su took the box and quickly opened it. The weapon is very trap. The total amount is quite amazing, almost close to 1 ton. Although it looks sharp, if you actually touch it, you will find that the elasticity of the other party is quite amazing. It can be stretched and retracted, and the greater the force when touching it, the higher its own hardness. It is a bit like the special combat suit in a certain anime I have seen before. Lee Su was not polite and put it on directly on the spot. This armor is very important for the next action. Lee Su is not talking casually. It is of great significance to him to be able to revive the extraordinary. It can greatly enhance his own strength and make the next things easier. After putting on the armor, as the last part of the head was about to be put on, a screen full of technological instruments appeared in front of Lee Su. The content was quite simple and clear. There was a green human-shaped pattern on the left side of the view, which monitored his physical condition, and then on the right side, the words armed and off were displayed, as well as a percentage reading bar. Because you have not received special training at the base, the auxiliary combat function has been deleted. In fact, this weapon only has the function of injecting extraordinary factors. The force point starts from the spine, gradually spreads, and expands the whole body, so there will be a delay of about 0.5 seconds when entering the battle. On the side, Luou was not idle and quickly introduced the functions of the weapon to him. Then please note that the extraordinary factors and the weapons are limited. You are at the general level like me, with 1000 milligrams. Once they are used up, they need to be replenished. There are 5 single tubes on your clothes, each with 1000 milligrams, for a total of 6000 milligrams. Once they are used up, it will take about an hour to refill the weapons and use them again. Usually, in our place, a warrior is considered a warrior if he can withstand 0.1 milligrams. The maximum unit that a first level warrior can withstand is 1, and the maximum unit that a general can withstand is 10, which can last for about half an hour. You outsiders have a natural adaptability to extraordinary factors. Your tolerance is much higher than ours, and your power is also very great, but the corresponding losses are also a lot. According to the conclusion drawn from observation, it should be swallowed up by the exercises you practice. Finally, there are many extraordinary factors in your outside world, but there is a difference between how to use them outside and inside. According to the conclusion we have drawn from our research, in this world, the extraordinary factors themselves are highly toxic. It is best not to exceed the maximum amount of 100 milligrams for one use, or continuous use, otherwise there will be big problems. There was an outsider who, due to excessive absorption of supernatural factors, caused his body to melt, and was destroyed by the world itself. This has been verified by experiments. According to our research conclusions, this world itself is extremely repulsive to supernatural factors. The so-called melting. Perhaps it should be said that the world itself is erasing it. Lee Su, who was originally planning to try whether the effect of this thing could activate his 7 supremes, shuddered directly. You know, he relied on his own practice and planned to use a tube to test the strength first. Immediately, a mouthful of Voltroff was stuck in Lee Su's throat, and he couldn't help but spit it out. Such a dangerous thing. You damn well put it first for me. Chapter 848. No, you guys stop after 10 kilometers. After the weapons were ready, Lee Su did not plan to try. After all, it was 20 kilometers, and it would take some time for others to arrive. There were a total of 100 people, fully armed. Their aura was very condensed, and their strength was good. They should be considered the elite in the base. Inside, Lee Su also saw an acquaintance, Chen Long. He ignored them and looked directly at Luou. How do you plan to transport the prey? Use drones. Oh, how much does it weigh? 1,000 pounds. Half a ton at a time. 800,000 tons, which means it will take about 1.6 million sorties. Lee Su thought about it and then said, you should have quite a few drones in your base, right? Luou was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Lee Su to worry about this. Not only Luou, but the others couldn't help laughing. Of course, they also knew that it was not Lee Su's fault. After all, outsiders don't know the power of technology. The lack of food in the base has never been a problem of transportation. Immediately, Luou said directly, don't worry about this. There are still 2,000 drones available. They are all brand new. The flight distance of a single drone is 10,000 kilometers, and the fully loaded drone is 4,000 kilometers. It only takes 1 hour to charge. Obviously, the meaning is very simple. There is no problem with transportation. For the base, the real difficulty in hunting has never been transportation. In their current situation, at most 10 drones are enough. In a day, being able to hunt more than 100 tons is already a full harvest. After all, the greatest difficulty in hunting is often not killing the prey, but finding the prey. This is the most troublesome part. As for Lee Su's strength, whether it is Luou or others, there is no doubt that even a 10-meter class dinosaur should not be a problem for him. He can hunt alone. After all, the scene of the biochemical crowd is still vivid. It's just that the larger the dinosaur, the less likely it is to live in groups. Just finding it takes a lot of time, otherwise there would not be such a big gap on the base. Mr. Lee Su, usually we hunt in groups of 100. Luou took a breath and planned to tell the other party about the hunting method of the base. 800,000 tons is still an extremely difficult task. With their number, even if they produce 100 tons a day, it will take 20 years to collect enough. Therefore, they plan to make some more dangerous attempts, going deeper to hunt dinosaurs above 5 meters, each weighing 10 tons. They were a little hesitant before. After all, the noise was too loud. Once they attracted others, the generals would have no problem protecting themselves, but the warriors would be different. If they were not careful, they would be wiped out. Now that we have Lee Su, the strength he showed, if they can kill quickly, no need Without waiting for the other party to finish, Lee Su suddenly interrupted him. Follow this line. You just need to walk in a straight line and stop every 10 kilometers or so. As he spoke, he moved around, and after making sure that the weapon itself did not hinder his own movement, he stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. After that, he took a deep breath. Then, he disappeared in everyone's sight. Everyone was stunned. Where are the people? And what does the other party mean? The pupils of the only General Luou shrank into a line, although it was only a trace, but she still caught Lee Su's movements. So fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from her sight. When she looked again, she could no longer see the target. Luou frowned. Although she was shocked by the other party's speed, but 10 kilometers. Stop. What does it mean? Although she was confused, when she came here, Kileo specifically explained that Lee Su would be the main hunter. After thinking about it, Luou didn't say much. Anyway, it was only 10 kilometers, so she just went to take a look. Everyone, move. After the thought fell, she waved her hand directly. She led the team to the direction pointed by Lee Su. 10 kilometers, for Luou and others, is undoubtedly just a drizzle. They didn't even start their weapons. After all, hunting missions cannot consume too much extraordinary power on the road. Although the mountain road was a bit strenuous, it only took 10 minutes for the group to almost reach the location Lee Su said. Someone couldn't help but say, General, what does Lord Lee Su mean by asking us to stop every 10 kilometers? Someone thought of something and laughed. Could it be that Lord Lee Su is planning to hunt alone? Let's go over and pick up the bodies? After listening to that person's words, many people were stunned and then couldn't help laughing. Someone couldn't help but echoed, if that's the case, it's good. Of course, there was more of a teasing meaning. For a moment, many people couldn't help but laugh. There was definitely no ridicule. After all, Lee Su's strength was deeply rooted in people's hearts. But, hunting alone, they went to pick up the bodies, no matter how you think about it. Just kidding. Hunting is not about strength, but also about finding the target. Shut up. Luou spoke up, not to mention what Lee Su thought. The weak teasing the strong is a big problem in itself, and now we don't know where the other party is. What should we think? If he hears it, go over first. No matter what Lord Lee Su thinks, just do what he says. Such a strong man can't be aimless. Huh. Suddenly, Luou was startled. Not only her, but also the others. This is the smell of blood. And it is still very strong smell of blood. Unable to help it, Luou immediately rushed over, and an unimaginable picture emerged in her heart. Could it be? As everyone accelerated, the last few hundred meters were easily broken through by them in an instant. The next second, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and took a breath of cold air. Corpses, a lot of corpses. There are more than 100, some big and some small. Judging from the size, the number has exceeded 1 ton. Most of them are dinosaurs, and a few are snakes. How is it possible? Facing this scene, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. How long has it been? 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes before and after. How could it be? How did the other party find so many prey? Luou stood still, couldn't help but clenched his fists, and felt unprecedented suffocation. She couldn't help but call out, base, this is Luou. General. Request to connect to Lord Lee Su's armed forces, and synchronize his location information. The people in the command center were startled. You know, they are all rushing to work, and speed up the repair of the base. After all, Old Man Key said that the food and traitors should be handed over to Lord Lee Su. Although they were more or less uneasy, they thought of the other party's strength and the prestige of Old Key, and they did not object. Okay. Although they were surprised that it had not been long before Luou contacted them, and also asked for Lord Lee Su's location information. After nodding, someone stepped forward to operate the central computer. Locate Lord Lee Su. As his words fell, the picture on the central screen shook, and the location of Lee Su's armed forces appeared. Then, almost at the same time, everyone in the entire command center stopped moving. The location was flashing. It kept flashing several times per second. The speed was too fast. The electronic instrument could no longer record the length of his movement, but presented it in the form of dots, and then outlined his direction through a thin line. A straight line, radiating a radius of 20 kilometers, densely packed, all of which were Lee Su's moving path. In just over 10 minutes, the opponent moved in this way, to form an extremely terrifying thick line. The total length has exceeded 2,000 kilometers. Someone couldn't help but take a breath. Have you activated the weapons? Quick, remind Mr. Lee Su. Extraordinary. No. This is the speed of Mr. Lee Su's physical body. What did you say? Are you kidding? This speed is too fast even for a general level weapon. When the words "not activated" were displayed on Lee Su's weapons, the entire command center was left with only the sound of gasping. His physical body exceeds the general level. Chapter 849 recorded in history. My name is Kiji. I'm 18 years old this year. I'm the newest generation of the base who has just come of age. I became a glorious 3rd level warrior 20 days ago. Originally, this day should have been a month ago, after I officially accepted the base warrior assessment. But because of a sudden rebellion, the original assessment was ruined. About a month and 7 days ago, the base's General Chahu and the Unicum researcher Yang Tao launched a rebellion. To be honest, when I was in the civilian area that day, I thought the sky had fallen. From then on, this world was no longer the same as I knew it. However, at the most critical moment, the savior appeared. His name is Lee Su, an outsider. It is very strange. You know, 99.99% of those outsiders are extremely selfish, self-centered, and regard others as ants. But he is different. He saved the base and saved everyone. His Excellency Lee Su. We all call him that, from the bottom of our hearts. He is strong, but friendly, and treats everyone equally. He does not look down on or despise them, because of their weakness. I've gone off topic a bit. Let's get back to the point. Originally, the soldier assessment was postponed because of the rebellion, and it has not been released until today. The fundamental reason why she became a level 3 soldier today is that the base is short of soldiers and there is a big gap. Many people like her were directly appointed and skipped the assessment to become level 3 soldiers. After becoming a level 3 soldier, she and a full 1,999 people like her were immediately sent out of the base to the battlefield. Normally, this would be impossible. Even if the level 3 soldiers who officially passed the assessment would be trained for about 3 months to ensure that they were able to protect themselves before they could get the opportunity to go out. Fortunately, this mission is mainly logistics, not fighting in person. At first, I was relieved when I heard about the mission, but at the same time, I was also very uneasy. After all, even if it is logistics, it does not mean safety. After all, this world is very dangerous. Soon, we were sent to the destination, which was about 3,000 kilometers away from the base. We had already entered the sigmoid position. This was undoubtedly a very amazing depth. Under normal circumstances, only generals and the top level first class soldiers would come here. Just when we were still in shock, the senior sister appeared. She was a senior in the base school, a very beautiful girl. At this moment, her face was exhausted, her hair was yellow, her body was dirty, and there was blood. Her arms and thighs were thicker, and her dark circles were very conspicuous, as if she had not rested for a long time. To be honest, I was scared. It was really hard to imagine that the beauty-loving senior sister was so embarrassed. Seeing us, the senior sister smiled, and she ran over excitedly and said to us, "Finally, the reinforcements are here." Without waiting for us to speak, the senior sister pulled me up and asked everyone to follow her. Soon, we were dragged into a very large tent by the senior sister. It was built because of the heavy rain a few days ago. There are many such tents nearby, hundreds of them. After entering, we were shocked. Inside, there was a thigh, and many seniors were working on that huge leg. Some of them were holding electric saws, and some were holding sharp long knives, constantly cutting, decomposing, and peeling off the meat and bones. Looking at this scene, we were stunned. Oh my god, how tall must this be, to have such a thigh that is 7 or 8 meters long and weighs more than several tons? You know, even in the textbooks, you have never seen such a huge existence. However, before we asked, the senior sister who knew us exhaled and said directly, "Your next task is to decompose this thigh with us, and wait until you learn it thoroughly." Is this the so-called logistics work? To be honest, I was relieved for a while, and a little disappointed. This was undoubtedly a clear difference from the soldier's mission in her imagination. Soon, we began to study seriously. After all, anatomy is a subject that soldiers must learn, so in this way, they can be regarded as entering the workplace in advance. Moreover, such a huge leg is very difficult to disassemble, and the muscle tissue is heavy and hard, which has a very significant effect on the improvement of technology. The only uncertainty is, how much meat is there? I just hope that it won't be cut up before we master the technique. Kiji couldn't help but stiffen a little when he saw his diary and the words he wrote lightly. Because for the next 20 days, no matter how much blood and bones they cut, there will be more and more dismembered bodies sent in. Trunks, heads, thighs, hands and claws. 16 hours a day, 20 days in a row. Thinking back to the feelings of coming here, Kiji, no, it should be said that the 2,000 people who came here were numb. Every day after work, I lay straight in bed, not to mention eating. I didn't even have the strength to speak. The reason why I can recover in 6 hours is because I turned on the weapons and let the extraordinary factors enter the body for healing. Otherwise, I couldn't even get out of bed the next day. The extraordinary power is not used for fighting, but for restoring physical strength. Textbooks don't dare to write this. Even so, there are still people who keep yelling and cursing every day. A bunch of bastards. Hurry up, move your hands and feet. The meat will rot if you keep going like this. Yes, that's it. Kiji looked outside. That was the senior, a first level soldier, the elite of the base, who was cursing because the dismantling speed was still too slow. At this moment, the camp was surrounded by huge pieces of meat, all waiting to be processed. There were too many. Although she didn't count them, she logged in several times. After all, women are not as strong as men, so they have more time to rest. In one day, there will be about 20,000 tons of flesh and blood here, waiting to be processed. Not only them, but also second level soldiers, first level soldiers, and even generals. Yes, generals, all participated in it. Her former rival, General Luou, and General Huanglong, were all here, dismantling the huge corpse non-stop, breaking it into several dozens of small pieces, and then letting other soldiers continue to break it down. After a day, even the generals couldn't stand it, and sat on the ground, panting hard. Not only that, but there are thousands of drones flying back and forth between here and the base hundreds of times every day. After 20 days, more than 1,000 drones have been destroyed. The engines have burned out due to too many trips. Overtime. It's not just them here, it's the same at the base. Except for a few computer experts, all children over the age of 12 have been called down to help with transportation. There are not enough trucks for transportation, and all the manpower has been used. The entire base is in a state of overload, and everyone's nerves are stretched to the limit. Boom. A terrifying sound rang out, and Kiji couldn't help but look up and look at the sky. But a black dot came quickly, and the closer it got, the bigger it got. The closer it got, the bigger it got. It tore the air and made an amazing roar. Finally, before their camp, it came to a huge flat ground that was specially cleared not far away with a rumble. That flat ground had sunk several meters. The reason is also very simple. It was smashed down like this. As for the thing that flew over, it was a dinosaur, weighing more than 20 tons, more than 10 meters tall, and with a ferocious appearance. If it were alive, everyone present would probably die except the general. Before the noise ended, the roar sounded again, and one, and another black spot flew rapidly from the horizon. With a tremor of the earth and mountains, dozens of behemoths directly filled the open space. Facing this scene, even if you say you have seen it countless times, when you see it again, you still can't help being shocked. For a while, the entire base, except for the general, everyone's face couldn't help showing a look of palpitations, and they couldn't help trembling. Because we haven't finished dealing with it here, and there are almost 500 tons more coming. You know, it's not even 10 o'clock now, which means there will be another wave at noon, another wave in the afternoon, another wave at night, and another wave at night. Looking straight at the terrible meat mountain not far away, everyone, including Kiji, couldn't help but wail for a while. Because if this goes on, they will really die. Taking a deep breath, General Huang Long looked at Luou with a wry smile. Luou, contact your excellency, and give us some time. We must rest. If we continue like this, we too are fine, but the people below may. Luou glanced at the subordinates who were close to collapse, and she bit her lip. Okay. Soon, the communication was connected. What's the matter? Li Su's voice sounded, with doubt. Sir Li Su, can you suspend hunting for a day? Luou was silent for a while, and spoke with difficulty. Stop again. Right, it's not the first time. Luou gritted his teeth. I really can't hold on. If we continue like this, I'm afraid. Is that so? Okay, don't do the rest. Leave it alone. I'll deal with it later. By the way, do you still have regenerative cells? Yes. Well, that's it. I'll kill a little more. You guys have a good rest. Then, the communication was hung up. But Luou's face was flushed, and Huang Long beside him couldn't help but bow his head. As for the others, their faces were also red, but they still fell down immediately after hearing that they could rest for a day, and they didn't want to get up at all. Not long after, accompanied by an extremely shocking roar, a figure like a demon or a god appeared. It was Li Su. His aura was stronger, and his body contained amazing power. Just appearing, it directly made everyone's heart sink, as if they were pressed down by a huge weight. Even the general still felt suffocated by Li Su's momentum. At this moment, he was holding two huge dinosaurs in his hands, each of which was almost more than 15 meters long, and weighed more than 20 tons. As if remembering something, Li Su looked at everyone apologetically and quickly restrained his momentum. He was seen carrying the dinosaur, and walked to the pile of corpses. He raised his hand and waved it, and a 2-foot sharp knife flew into his hand. With a flash of the knife, the 20-ton dinosaur disintegrated directly, and the bones and flesh were separated. 1, 2, 3. In less than half an hour, he had processed more than 500 tons and loaded them. He then directed the drone to come over, and started transporting them. It took 3 hours to move the bones and flesh in front of him. Li Su stood up and moved, ready to go hunting again. Ahem. Ahem. Your Excellency Li Su. The communication voice came again, this time from inside the camp, from the base control center, the voice of Kileo. Old Ki, what's the matter? Can we take a day off here? Li Su was stunned for a long time. Aren't there more than 200,000 people in the base? Kileo sighed. They have been used for a long time, and are already paralyzed. And the drones and transport vehicles have been going on for too long. They must rest, otherwise I'm afraid some of them will be scrapped. Standing there, Li Su was stunned for a long time, and then said helplessly, okay, don't take 1 day, take a good rest for 2 days. After that, he moved and disappeared. Instantly, the whole camp was silent. Looking at Li Su leaving, Kiji couldn't help but take a breath. This incident should be recorded in history, right? He single-handedly destroyed a logistical force of more than 200,000 people. No, this incident must be recorded in detail, and it would be best if it could be reproduced word for word. Otherwise, thousands of years later, who knows how future generations will complain about them. Not far away, Kiji blinked her eyes and thought of this involuntarily. As a person who can think of writing a diary, even when he is exhausted, his thinking direction is indeed very different. He can always find the key points that others cannot find. Chapter 850. 9 Mysterious Skills, Minor Success. On the top of the mountain, Li Su was somewhat helpless. You said he was the one who hunted, and he was the one who sent the prey to the slaughterhouse. The other side had thousands of people helping to deal with it, but he was fine, while the other side was paralyzed. And it wasn't just one person who was paralyzed, but more than 200,000 people in the entire base were paralyzed. Who can I go to for justice? Fortunately, after a month, the total amount has exceeded 650,000 tons, less than 150,000 tons away from the target. At present, the average of 3 tons a day, plus 2 days of rest, is about 5 days, 1 month and 1 week. At least it did not exceed Lee Su's expected time. According to Kileo's speculation, the flood will come in about 3 months, which means that there is about 1 month and 23 days left. Of course, this time may not be accurate, but there is still a month and a half. Therefore, for Lee Su, the next question is about the traitor on the base side. In this regard, the base side gave them an analysis. Old Man Key determined that the other party should be in a sub-base near a base observation station. The base observation station was built by the base in the depths of this world, that is, all the way up along the sigmoid rectum. These observation stations are not large, only a few hundred square meters. In order to better understand the news of this world, they were specially built, and a lot of effort was spent. So far, there are 8 of them. One is located deeper than the other. The 99 mysterious art was discovered through these base observation stations. So far, a total of 5 have been found. Among the remaining 4, 3 have been determined, and only 1 is too deep. The outline can be vaguely seen through a high-powered microscope from high altitude, and it cannot be determined. And they asked Lee Su for anti-radiation and antivirus cells, just to record the stone tablet of the 99 mysterious art. The 6th piece is in a very bad location. There is amazing radiation and very deadly poisonous gas. Chahu is guarding there. Before, he asked people to collect toxins and radiation. Chahu quietly returned to the base through this task, sneaked and severely damaged Luou, and almost overthrew the regime of the base. As for the sub-bases, they were established after the observation station landed, familiar with the surrounding environment, and understood the living and sleeping environment of the dinosaurs there. So far, more than 300 have been established. Basically, they are all near the 8 observatories, from 001 to 375 bases. These sub-bases are not big, and there are only a few staff members in them. The main purpose is to collect nearby resources for research. The reason for doing so, and having so many of them, is mainly because many things in the research institutes, or the research directions themselves, are dangerous. Once an accident occurs, it is easy to send all the people inside away. For example, the hydrogen bomb of the base was developed by collecting radioactive ores from the 379 base of the 8th observatory. The mention of observatories, sub-bases, and traitors at this time is also related to Lee Su's desire to leave this world. First, the stele is a direction. Secondly, the end of the stele is also a direction. But no matter which of the above, you must go to the observatory and the sub-base. The observatory has the local geographical environment and climate, the location of the stele, and the information on the work and rest of the dinosaurs. As for the sub-bases, they record the actual information, as well as the various research results and intelligence analysis on local materials. Both of the above are very important, because the environment will become worse and worse as time goes on, and the creatures inside will become more and more terrifying. There, the 15-meter class dinosaur, that looks like the king now, is just a bait for the creatures inside. Moreover, the creatures in that place have very terrible 5 senses. Once there is a movement, they are easily attracted. The traitors may be in a sub-base. If they are not found, it will undoubtedly be very troublesome. If they are discovered by the other party and make some noise, it will be easy for them to be targeted. You must know that, even if Lee Su is already very strong and the 99 mysterious art has been improving, it is still very troublesome to kill a dinosaur of about 15 meters. The skin and bones of the other party are too many and too thick, and it is difficult to kill them with one blow. Although Lee Su is not self-deprecating, he will not think highly of himself. At the moment, when the extraordinary is extinguished, this is still the intestines of the Pangu Saint. Even if he is strong enough, he will not easily let himself fall into that kind of dilemma. 7 days is just the right time to consolidate deeply and improve his own strength. The 99 mysterious art, this technique, is amazing in strengthening the body. Although the extraordinary power was extinguished, Lee Su still felt that he was constantly breaking his own upper limit. His weight has reached more than 9.5 tons. He can feel the changes brought by the 99 mysterious art. It is a change from the deepest level, which is constantly accumulating and forming supreme power. Among the saints of the prehistoric times, only the Saint Pangu proved the way with strength. His Taoism is naturally beyond doubt. Although there is nothing abnormal in appearance, it is obvious that he has already broken the upper limit. Now, even without using weapons, he can kill a 10-meter class dinosaur with his bare hands. Of course, this is also due to the supremacy of flesh and blood, but the 99 mysterious art is undoubtedly an important reliance for him to become stronger in this world. While getting the ingredients, push the mysterious art to 10 tons, and get started completely. Once it is reached, it is equivalent to the foundation building of mortals, and the improvement must be amazing. Although a lot of energy extracted from the base through the virus has been consumed these days, less than 1/5 is left so far. However, it should be enough. You must know that in the past 30 days, while hunting, he also replenished himself a lot. A 10-meter long dinosaur, not counting its 6 internal organs, weighs about 9 tons. Eating one dinosaur is enough for him to practice the 99 mysterious skill for about 2 days. He swallowed about 5 dinosaurs, which was enough for his practice in the next few days. Li Su did not hesitate, and closed his eyes. He tried to get as much as possible in 2 days, that is, 48 hours. Although he could practice in the next 5 days, he had to hunt after all, so he could not concentrate. Time passed quickly. 2 days of rest, 5 days of hunting, and a week basically passed in a flash. 800,000 tons of food, done. As for the base, the central computer was also fully repaired. To be precise, it was repaired a few days ago. It has restored control of the surroundings and restored contact with the observation stations and subbases. However, it was similar to what Old Man Key analyzed. The group of traitors were really at the subbase. From the 6th to the 8th observation stations, all had lost contact, and there were also several sub-bases without news. Li Su was undoubtedly a little nervous about this. He didn't care about the traitors, but the information of those bases was different. If he lost one and slowly explored, who knows how long it would take. Undoubtedly, this was bad news. Of course, there were good news too. For example, Li Su, who successfully broke through the 99 mysterious art, weighed 10 tons, and completed the entry-level practice. Strength increased, speed increased, and defense increased. It was a bit like the Vajra indestructible divine art. The strength in his body extended out, and formed a very thin film on the surface of his body with amazing hardness. In order to try, he deliberately let the tail of the 10-meter class Tyrannosaurus Rex sweep him. The result was beyond imagination. Although the person was knocked away, there was no problem with himself. From the feeling of strength, it was equivalent to being touched hard by someone. This improvement was amazing, and it was difficult for weaker generals to hurt him. You have to know that Li Su is now in a state of extraordinary extinction. He is immortal with flesh and blood. Although the supreme flesh and blood is amazing, it is too average. He has been blessed in all aspects, which is not as good as the 99 mysterious art, which only strengthens 1 point. His current strength is almost comparable to the middle stage of foundation building, close to the late stage. This is absolutely amazing. Even without weapons, he is the highest combat power. Once he uses weapons and activates the extraordinary factor, it will undoubtedly be even more terrifying. Perhaps he can burst out with strength close to the golden elixir, that is, the supernatural realm. After sorting out his situation, Li Su slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, not far from him, Luo stood quietly. "Let's go," Li Su said. Luo nodded. The food was ready, and the central computer of the base was repaired. What remained was to kill the traitor and the full cooperation of the base to help the person in front of him find a way to leave this world. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.